A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Mr. Race finally broke the news to Jane that he had lost all his money, and they would have to start anew. Jane took it like a soldier. But meanwhile, she had received a letter that her 18-year-old niece, Betty, was coming to town to live with them, with the suggestion that Mr. Race could use her as his secretary. But Mr. Race has gone broke and is out of the real estate business. Our scene is evening in the Ace's living room, where we find Jane, Mr. Race, and Marge. Listen.
I think he's right, Jane.
Of course I am.
Oh, but she looks so happy and so glad to be here. I hate to tell her we're broke.
We've got to find out sometime, and right away, too, because we've got to make arrangements about moving out of here.
Moving out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, Jane, now don't make it any worse for yourself or for any of us. By going to pieces now, you've done swell up until now.
I know, Marge, but it's just a thought that we have to leave here. We have to, don't we, dear?
Yes, we do, Jane. We're going to have to take an apartment somewhere.
An apartment.
Yes, I told you we would, Jane. After all, we are broke.
Oh, an apartment. I guess that's what you call flat broke.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I've managed to save a few dollars out of the wreckage, but that won't last long, and that's why we have to break the news to Betty, because we have to get out of here and find an apartment.
And you've got to decide just how large an apartment. If he's going to stay on here, you're going to have to allow for an extra room or something.
Oh, now, she can't stay on here. We've got to send her back to your sister, Jane.
Oh, no, not that. That's where I put my foot in it.
Put your foot in her.
Absolutely. You can't send her back no matter what happens.
But what am I going to do? I have another hungry mouth open for me to feed?
Oh, no, I put my foot in it.
You
Well, I do. She's not going back. I don't care what happens. I'm not going to let her go back home and tell my sister and my family that we went broke.
But it makes an extra person to look after and to feed.
Oh, what's one more to feed? I'm not going to let my folks find out.
Oh, swallow your pride.
Well, I won't have to. I'll find enough to eat.
You'll find.
Well, it looks like Jane's mind's made up.
Oh, but we are going to tell her, though, about being broke, I mean.
Well, I guess we'll have to.
And I'm willing to bet that once we do tell her, that she'll suggest herself that we should send her back home.
Well, I won't let her, even if she
Oh, I don't think there is such a thing as letting Betty do anything. She's pretty strong-minded.
I'll say the world she is. I never heard anybody as smart as she is. The things she knows.
Yes, the useful things she knows.
What do you mean?
Well,
I think she is a little too studious for her own good.
Oh, it's just because of those glasses she wears. I wish she wouldn't wear them all the time like that. Because my sister wants me to introduce her to some fellows, too. And if she doesn't fix herself up better, I'm going to have a very hard time
Listen now,
trying.
Jane, you're getting ahead of your story. We've got more important things to consider right now. This is no time to find fellows to your needs. If she's going to stay on here, she better find a job.
Yes, I know. She keeps saying she can't wait till she starts working for you,
I
dear.
know that. That's why I say we've got to tell her that I have no job for her. Should have told her the minute she got here this morning.
Oh, she was enjoying herself, so I couldn't be that hard-headed.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know she was enjoying herself so much. She doesn't seem to be the kind that knows how to have a good time.
Well, she's a little bashful, you know, in a strange place.
Yes.
Oh, Betty, come in and make yourself at home.
I was going to read this book in my room, but the light in there somehow doesn't seem to be bright as it should.
Oh, well, sit here, Betty. Here, get up.
What?
Don't hurt you by that lamp.
Oh, sit here by the lamp, Betty.
You want a pillow to make yourself comfortable?
No, thanks, Aunt Jane. I'm quite comfortable.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Do you have to wear those glasses, Betty, even with that lamp there?
I have a myopic condition with a slight touch of astigmatism.
Yes. Do you have to wear those glasses, Betty, even with that lamp there?
Yes, I think she does, Jen.
Oh.
Betty, I've got...
Hooray.
What?
Don't a tell us. Hooray, yet a.
But, Jane, I thought that we just...
Not a, now a.
Oh, you mean a, not a, tell a, her a, we're a, broke a?
No a.
But a, we a, are a, broke a.
A.
He must a, find out a, soon a, that we have no more a, money.
A did.
Oh, yes, we have no more money, eh?
But I hate a two-way tell her,
So we have to tell her sometime, We might as well do it now,
Oh, no, not now,
Well, when did all this happen, Jane?
What,
Is it first of all your money recent?
Betty, do you understand pig Latin, too? Honestly, she just knows everything.
Yes, but you might as well know right now what's going on here.
Oh.
But we have to tell her, Jane.
Besides, I do know now.
Of course.
But when did all this happen?
Well, just a few days ago, Betty, I met a big business reverse. That is, it met me and knocked me flat, that's all.
I thought I detected some undercurrent of unrest here.
The fact is, Betty, that the job your mother thought you were going to have when you arrived here isn't anymore. I've given up my real estate office. I was forced to quit. I'm going to have to find a job myself somewhere.
Yes, and then the next day or so, we're moving out of here to an apartment.
I see.
But you won't find an apartment, will you, Betty?
Ma, you're taking me in with you?
Why,
Well, did you think that you ought to return home?
Home?
Yes.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that under any circumstances. Well, that would be admitting defeat. I couldn't go home.
See, she says herself she couldn't go home.
Admitting defeat to whom?
Mother, to father, to everybody who had faith in me. I've come here to carve a career for myself. I can't go back until I do.
Oh, a career woman.
There's nothing at home for me.
Oh, I see. Then your mind's made up to stay on here with us.
If not with you, then I'll have to get a go of it by myself.
Oh, you can't do that.
By yourself? You mean live here in town and not live with us? I should say not. My favorite niece, I should say not.
Your favorite, your only niece.
My only niece. Oh, no.
I see. So, Betty, you're going to carve a career for yourself.
I hope to.
Mm-hmm. You and me both. You see, as soon as we get settled someplace, I've got to start looking for a job myself.
No, you can find one for Betty first.
For Betty first?
Yes, she's a stranger.
Well, I've got my own hands full finding something that I can do.
I think he's right, Jane. After all, Betty can find her own job.
But how? She doesn't know a social here.
Well, there's always the usual way, the want ad columns in the paper.
Of course, Aunt Jane.
Oh, yes, the what? Where's that paper?
Oh, not just a minute, Jane.
Well, we might as well get started right away. Isn't that right, Betty?
There's no use procrastinating.
I'm not lying. I mean it. Where's that paper, dear?
Here it is.
Oh, thanks. Want ads. Now, let me see here.
Mother wrote that you're a commercial school graduate. Is that right?
Yes, I am. I've had 2 years of training. That should stand me in good stead.
Oh, here it is. Oh, there's a lot.
Save the help-wanted mail for me, Jan.
Domestic. No, it wouldn't be domestic, would it? That's like a horse and cow, isn't it?
A horse? I think you better not bother with that, Jane. Just let Betty...
Nobody's going to help her. Now, let me see. Oh, this page is all for men.
I'll take that page, Jane.
Oh, all right. Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, while you're at it, Jane, let me see the apartments for rent thing.
Apartment?
Yes, we better start finding a place to live, you know.
Oh, all right. You look for an apartment. This is fun. It gives everybody something to do. Here it is, for rent.
Oh, yes, that's the part I want. Let me see it.
Here.
Perhaps I'd do better to hunt for my own job, Aunt Jane.
No, I'll have you, Betty, because after that, you're a stranger here.
I can read it, Aunt Jane.
All right. Go ahead and read the book. I'll find something.
No, I think I can read the ads myself and pick out something.
Hush, Betty. Now, you just let Aunt Jane find something here for you. Oh, here it is. Help wanted female. That's you. This one. Companion. That starts out friendly, doesn't it? Companion. Elderly woman to be companion to elderly woman.
Oh, that should be just the thing.
No, she's too young for that.
Oh.
Let me see
Aunt
here.
Jane, I'm a competent secretary. I can type, I can write shorthand, I can do...
I know. We'll find something. Don't worry. Here's one. Dancing partner. Earn big money while dancing.
Jane, will you...
You just read your own job, dear. Don't worry about us.
Okay. Bartender, experienced drink mixer, and all...
Bartender, dear.
Well, what's the matter with that? It's no worse than that dancing partner you were reading about for Betty.
Well, I was just reading it, that's all.
Well, that's all I was
And
doing.
besides, this says earn big money. You can't earn big money as a bartender.
Oh, I
Aunt
don't
Jane,
know.
there's no use arguing about that dancing partner. I can't dance.
You can't dance?
No.
Betty! Oh, this younger generation. What do they think about nowadays?
Well, certainly there are more vital things than that in this world of chaotic disturbance and changing civilization to which the universe looks to us to help reorganize and rescue from the ravages of barbarism.
You can't dance, huh? No wonder your mother wrote me you don't know any nice fellows back home.
Oh, did she write that, too?
Yes, he did. When we get settled down and you get a nice job, I'm going to introduce you to some fellows and you can start...
I'm not interested.
Not interested in meeting some fellows?
I'm not interested.
But you don't know who these fellows are. How can you say
They bore me.
a pretty girl like you, except for your glasses, and you talk like that? Honestly, I don't know what the younger generation is thinking of nowadays.
Well, certainly there are more vital
Oh,
things.
no. Now, don't start that again.
I think you better stick to that job you're trying to find for instead of trying to find fellows. A dancing partner job, for instance, that was a choice.
I don't dance, and that's final. I wouldn't any more take that job than Uncle Ace would take our bartending job.
Oh, don't worry. He can't bartend either.
Now let me join this little controversy with what I've found under apartment.
There's it, Marge.
Apartment. Triplex. Built-in bar on first floor and convertible ballroom on third floor.
Built-in bar and ballroom.
Yes, how does that sound, Jane?
Oh, it sounds marvelous, but we couldn't move there. He can't bartend and she can't dance. You better look for something else, Marge.
At any rate, the Aces are getting reorganized now and should be settled in an apartment somewhere before long with respective jobs for Mr. Ace and Bessie. We'll learn more about that when next we meet these.
The Jell-O program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Encino Madness. Just as it's fun to close the year with a happy celebration, so it's always pleasant to finish each meal with a grand flourish by serving rich, shimmering Jell-O. Jell-O's gay colors and refreshing flavor top off a dinner in perfect style. So during the next year, friends, plan to serve Jell-O even oftener than you do now. Get several packages of Jell-O tomorrow, choosing any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Incidentally, strawberry and raspberry Jell-O both taste better than ever. They have a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And this gives them a rare goodness rivaled only by the juicy ripe fruit itself. A unique flavor so distinctive that it cannot be duplicated in any other way. Start now to enjoy a treat without equal, America's favorite gelatin dessert, Jell-O. Encino Madness, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, our program last Sunday came to you from New York City. Immediately after the broadcast, the entire Jell-O gang left for Hollywood, and Christmas found us aboard a Union Pacific train passing through Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska.
So before starting our program this evening, we would like to turn back the clock to last Wednesday night and show you how we celebrated Christmas Eve under these unusual circumstances.
Yes, dances.
About 7 p.m., Jack went into the observation car with Rochester to decorate a huge Christmas tree which he had purchased in Chicago. And even though we were on the train, Jack was determined to give us a real...
Jingle bells, gee, they are terrific. Imagine spending Christmas on the good old Union Pacific.
Rochester.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Rochester, will you stop that singing and hold the ladder steady? The way this train is swinging, I can hardly keep my balance.
Okay, I got it.
Now, let's see. Darn it, I wish I'd thought of buying some ornaments. Rochester, hand me those oranges and bananas there. I'll hang them up.
Should I peel them?
No. I just want to add a little color to the tree. I ought to have something on the top here. Rochester, where's that ham sandwich I cut into a star?
I got hungry and ate 3 points off it.
Look at it. Now tear up some more timetables and sprinkle them on the lower branches down there.
The conductor said we should stop tearing them up.
Well, we gotta have snow, don't we?
But the conductor
I don't care what the conductor says. I'm running this tree.
He's pretty mad at you anyway, boys. He found out the dentist day is over 12.
What?
I told that boy not to roll his pants down.
Oh, well. The heck with the conductor.
He found out I wasn't a porter, too.
Nobody told you to say that. Now, let's see. This side isn't right yet. I think I ought to hang some kind of an ornament up here. Rochester, lend me your wristwatch.
Here you are, boys.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute. This is my wristwatch. How come you were wearing it?
I gave it to me for Christmas.
Oh. You gave you my watch.
Yeah, you want to put a card on it?
I'm keeping it. Now, let's see. I think I'll hang it over here.
A little to the right, boy.
No. It looks good here.
Then I'd move it a little to the left.
No. I like the watch right where it is.
Then I'd move one of those 3 oranges that looks like a pawn shop.
Oh, I see what you mean. Now, if I can only... Oh, hello, Mary.
My goodness, are you still on that ladder?
Well, I got to get this finished before the party tonight. By the way, did you speak to the brakeman like I told you to?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said Christmas tree or no Christmas tree, you can't have his red lantern.
That's fine cooperation. Can't even have any lights on this tree. Rochester, scratch the brakeman from my Christmas list.
Okay.
And the engineer thought I was crazy when I asked him for the bell off the engine.
Oh, he did. All right, there goes the engineer's present. I'll scratch his name off.
Scratch the fireman, too. He said you can roast your own chestnuts.
This is the darnest thing I ever heard of.
Well, gee whiz, you don't expect him to turn the whole train upside down just because you bought a Christmas tree.
Mary, I'm just trying to make the trip a little more enjoyable, that's all. Rochester, how does the tree look from down there?
It ain't believable.
Well, you're supposed to use your imagination. Now, the timetables I tore up represent snow.
Uh-huh.
And those oranges are supposed to be beautiful glass ornaments.
Uh-huh.
And the bananas are long, silvery icicles shimmering through the branches.
Doggone, how can anyone get that high just on a ladder?
Well, I didn't expect you to understand it. Say, Mary, where's the rest of the gang? Have you seen Phil?
Yeah, he's in the club car trying to make a date with a girl. He even promised her a screen test.
That's just like Phil. Then he gets on a train, he tries to date up a girl. Where's Dennis?
He's the girl. Phil's plastered.
Oh, no, he isn't. I saw him an hour ago, and he was all right. Mary, let me have one of your earrings. I want to put something shiny on the end of this branch.
Oh, hang up your gold tooth and let me alone.
Mary, I'm trying to get this finished. Now, please help me, will you?
Okay. Say, Jack, here comes that kid that got on in Omaha.
Oh, yeah, the pest. You ought to be in bed.
Hey, sweetheart, what are you doing up that ladder?
What do you think I'm doing? I'm decorating a Christmas tree.
What, bananas? You're nuts.
Those bananas are long icicles. Now, go away. Darn it, I wish I'd bought some tinsel. That's just what I need here.
Hey, sweetheart, are you Santa Claus?
Maybe I can get some tinfoil. That'll help.
Hey, are you Santa Claus?
Yes, I'm Santa Claus. Now, beat it, will you?
Well, where's your red underwear?
My red underwear?
He got it on, believe me.
Yes, I'm going to keep it on when we get to California. Mary, hand me that lampshade. I'll hang it up here over the ham sandwich.
Boy, what a screwball.
Oh, yeah? You wouldn't dare say that if we were alone. Now, run along, will you? Run along. Your mother wants you.
My mother hates me.
I don't blame her. Now, get going. Scram.
Okay, Blue Eyes.
Well, I'll be darned. Even kids notice him. I hope he stays away.
Oh, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, picking a fight with a 10-year-old kid.
He started it. He called me a screwball.
Well, if the screw fits, put it on.
Slug that brat if he comes in here again. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson.
Well, for goodness sake, what's that?
It's a Christmas tree, Phil. That's the best I can do on this train.
Holy smoke, are we on a train?
Oh, fine. Of course we're on a train.
Well, I better tell my guitar player he just went out to play golf.
Well, he better have his niblick with him. He's going to have a little trouble getting over the Rockies. Here comes my friend, the conductor.
Mr. Benny, 3 people in the next car want to go to bed, and they've all got up a berth. How much longer are you going to use that ladder?
Tell them to keep their shirts on. I'll be through in a minute.
They got their shirts off, and they want to go to bed.
I can't help it. I've got a job to do here. These icicles don't hang right.
Icicles, smicicles. Give me that ladder.
Let go of that. Whoop! Whoop! We're going around a curve, boy! Rochester, hold that ladder! Oh.
Hey, Jack.
What?
You're all covered with smicicles.
Yeah, look at me. Now, conductor, this is all your fault. If I told you once, I told you 5 times. I'd be through with this ladder in a minute. And now this thing. We've got to do this thing all over.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what happened Christmas Eve on the train.
That's right, Don, but we still had a lot of fun.
Oh, we sure did. And now, getting back to our program, Dennis Day will sing that popular Spanish ballad, Perfidia. Take it, Dennis.
My heart cries out, Perfidia, for I have found you love of my life in some other lover's arms. Your eyes are echoing, Perfidia, forgetful of our promise of love, you're sharing another's charm. With a sad lament, my dreams have faded like a broken melody. And the gods of love look down and laugh at what romantic fools we mortals see. And now I know my love was not for you, and so I'll take it back with a sigh. Perfidia means goodbye. Mujer, si puedes tú con Dios hablar, pregúntale si alguna vez te he dejado de adorar. Y el mar, reflejo de mi corazón, las veces que me ha visto llorar, la perfidia de tu amor. With a sad lament, my dreams have faded like a broken melody. And the gods of love look down and laugh at what romantic fools we mortals be. And now I know my love was not for you, and so I'll take it back with a sigh. Perfidia means goodbye.
That was Perfidia, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. I didn't know you could sing in Spanish. You really did a great job.
Gracias, senor.
Gracias. Huh? That reminds me, Dennis, you haven't mowed my lawn in 3 weeks. It's growing. You know, it's growing pretty high.
I'll take care of it tomorrow.
Anytime after lunch. Say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I want to congratulate you on the way you described our Christmas Eve on the train a little while ago, but I wish you would put a happy ending to it.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, if you remember, I put the tree back up, and then we all sat around, opened our presents, and had a jolly good time.
Yes, we did, Jack. And I want to thank you for that lovely pickle fork you gave me and the little woman.
Well, I wanted to get you something novel, yet useful.
Yet cheap.
Now, Mary, if you think that a solid silver pickle fork from Tiffany's is cheap, you're just silly. Let me tell you something, Don. You can hop that fork at any pawn shop in town for $35.
Thank you, I will.
You're welcome, and nobody but a big fat announcer would say a thing like that. Oh, Dennis, did you like the present I gave you?
Oh, yes. Thanks very much, Mr. Benny.
You're welcome.
Gee whiz, I can hardly wait till summer.
Well, you'll just have to wait, that's all.
What did he give you, kid?
A bottle of white shoe polish.
Yes, sir. A quart bottle of Clancy's Classy Cleanser. Has enough to last you all summer.
Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of summer, let me remind you that regardless of season, Jell-O is...
Wait a minute, Don, wait a minute. You don't have to sneak in a plug tonight. This is the last program of 1940, and your commercial is going to have real production. Okay, Phil, let's have it.
Hit it, boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time this year, let me tell you about Jell-O. During the past 12 months, millions of happy housewives have gone to their neighborhood grocer and returned with boxes of tempting and appetizing Jell-O. For they know it's not only economical and easy to make, but comes in those 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. I thank you.
There you are, Don. There you are. That was all for you. Well, Don, the next time you talk about Jell-O will be 1941.
Yep, next Tuesday will be New Year's Eve. Oh, and by the way, Jack, are you planning anything special for that night?
I certainly am, Don. It's a big night for me.
Jack's going to put on his full dress suit and go to the midnight show at the Pantages.
Not this year, sister. I'm going downtown to the Paramount. You see, and they know why. Nah, I didn't even have to say it.
Say, Jackson.
What?
Why don't you come out to the Wilshire Bowl Tuesday night? Balloons, paper hats, confetti, and all that stuff you love.
Well, I might do that, Phil.
Bring a girl along.
No, if I come over, I'll be alone.
What for?
All of Jack's girls have to work on New Year's Eve.
Not all of them. Gladys Biscoe hasn't worked since that steam table fell on her foot. Poor kid.
How's she getting along, Mr. Benny?
Oh, fine. We're suing. Say, Phil, I may bring Gladys at that. I wonder if she's got an evening gown.
I've seen that dame, Jackson. Keep her covered.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Our ideas of beauty aren't quite the same. You like one type of girl, and I like Gladys's type. Say, that's what makes horse races.
He could run on any track in the country.
Don't be catty. Say, Phil, how about playing a band number before I get sick of Gladys myself? What do you say?
Okay. I'm back with my own boys this week, and we're going to play in the old Harris manner. You know, good and loud.
You mean loudly?
That's it, loudly.
You can even change that a little. Go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to thank you for that lovely toupee you gave me for Christmas.
Well, why aren't you wearing it?
Not cold enough. Goodbye.
You ought to see his head, folks. What a spot for the ice follies. Play, Phil. Dog by Phil Harris and his Loudly Orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last program of the current year. For the feature attraction of the evening, we are going to present the 1940 version of our annual New Year's fantasy entitled Father Time Rides Again. Now, in this whimsical drama, I will play the part of Old Man 1940. And Mary...
Yeah?
You will be Mrs. 1940, my loving, loyal wife. And we have 12 children. January, February, March, April...
May, June, and Herman.
That's July, and so on. Now, the scene of our play is the home of Mr. and Mrs. 1940, who live in a great big house called the Earth. It is almost...
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Dennis?
You know, I read this play 4 times, and I still can't understand it.
Well, you see, Dennis, this drama is... explain it to him, Phil.
Okay. You see, Dennis, this drama is a sort of an allegorical fantasy which symbolizes the old year and the subsequent tradition. Transition.
Oh, I get it. Thanks.
You're welcome. Listen, Jackson, the next time you give me a line like that, I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
Phil, you know you loved it. And now for our play. The scene, a great big house called the Earth. The time, almost midnight of December 31st, when Mr. and Mrs. 1940's lease is about to expire. Curtain. Music. Oh, Mariah.
What do you want, Pa?
Better hurry up with that packing. Landlord said we got to get out by midnight to make room for the new tenant.
The new tenant? Who's he?
Oh, some little nudist by the name of 41. He don't know what he's getting into, does he?
Nope. Things around here sure have been a mess.
You said it. That, Mariah, we ain't so bad off in this side of the house. We got 48 rooms that's in pretty condition. Yes, sir.
Say, Pa, turn on the moon. I can't see what I'm packing here.
Okay. Hey, Moon, what do you want, you old fossil? I want some light down here, and quit winking at my wife.
Okay. Say, you want some milk, too?
Milk?
Yeah, cow just jumped over me. Boy, that's a Lulu.
Well, I'll be darned.
Quit gabbing, Pa. We ain't got much time.
That's right. There's them shooting stars. They're having a feud again.
Doggone it, Pa. Even with all our troubles, I kind of hate to leave here.
So do I. Yes, sir.
Darn, those flies are all over the house. Phew, phew.
Leave them alone, Ma. We need them. Well, 5 minutes to 12. We better start rounding up the kids.
Wonder who that can be.
I'll go over and see. I dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair. Boy, am I hep to the jive. Well, look who's here.
Who is it, Pa?
It's Venus from across the Milky Way.
Hello, kid.
Well, what are you doing here?
I heard you were leaving tonight, so I thought I'd drop over and say goodbye.
Mighty sweet of you. Say, Venus, you put on a little weight, didn't you?
Yeah, especially around the equator.
Yet so I can't tell you from the Big Dipper. Well, thanks for dropping in, Venus. Been a pleasure knowing you.
Same here. Goodbye, Ed.
Goodbye. Well, Ma, it's almost midnight. So put on that silly hat of yours and let's get going.
Okay, Pa.
There's the first stroke of 12. I wonder what's keeping the new tenant.
Don't worry, he'll be here.
I suppose so.
Say, Pa, look out the window. There's a dark cloud.
Oh, yes. Are you going to rain clouds?
No, just passing by.
Darn that cloud, it's wearing my wristwatch again. Oh, well. Time for sleeping. But we can't leave until that little rascal gets here.
That must be him now.
Yep. Come in. Well. Hello, young fella. Are you the little New Year?
I ain't Baby Sandy.
Well, my boy. Come right in. Well, this is it, young man. Tell me, what you think of your new home?
Boy, what a dump. This house could sure stand a lot of fixing up.
I know it, son. A lot of things wrong. That darn Mars has been acting up all year. Of course, he hasn't bothered us in this wing so much. Everything's okay from the Hudson Bay window in the attic clear down to the basement. But come over here, son. I want to show you something. See that other wing of the house right across that big swimming pool?
Yes, sir.
Those rooms are in the gall-darndest condition you ever seen. Holes in the furniture, walls torn down. Tell you, son, it's lucky we got that swimming pool. Yep.
Well, gee, who's causing all the trouble over there?
Oh, a couple of hoodlums. One of them is getting pretty sick of it, I understand. A bulldog's been nipping at him. Son, you got a tough job ahead of you.
But everything's all right here, eh, mister?
Yep, everything's fine. You got the same caretaker that was here for the last 8 years. You ought to get to know him.
What's his name?
Just call him Franklin. Nice fella.
For heaven's sake, let's get going.
Just a second, Ma. Now, there's just one more thing, son.
What's that?
Well, after I leave, if you see another fella puttering around that looks as old and decrepit as I am, don't throw him out. It ain't another Father Time. It's just Fred Allen. He's been kicking around here for years.
Oh, sourpuss, eh?
That's him.
Come on, Pa, you're talking too much.
I am coming, Ma. Round up the kids and we'll be on our way. Well, good luck, son. Watch your step.
Thanks, old-timer.
You're welcome. Happy New Year, young fella.
Happy New Year.
Come on, Ma. Let's go.
This being the time of the year when most of you housewives are getting new 1941 calendars to hang on your kitchen wall, I'd like to tell you about another kind of calendar that you can get. A calendar that you can keep on your kitchen shelf and use every single day of the year. It's the new calendar of desserts, a beautiful recipe book that's really different. A recipe book such as you've never laid eyes on before. The calendar of desserts contains 365 novel and intriguing ideas for desserts. A brand new suggestion for every dinner during the whole year. For example, on page 5, there's a dessert made with plump, juicy black cherries and rich red cherry jello that will bring a gleam to every eye every time it's served. And there are 364 other swell ideas in this handy calendar of desserts. So send in right now for your copy. Just mail 10 cents in coin or stamps to Jack Benny, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan, for this ever year-round calendar of desserts. Send for it today.
This is the last number of the 13th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the radio critics, writers, and columnists of America for the honors bestowed upon my program, members of my cast, and myself in the recent poll conducted by Radio Daily. I also want to thank our listeners as well as my authors, Bill Morrow and Ed Boulogne. We all wish you listeners a very happy New Year. Good night, folks.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Moon Over Tarzana. Bright and gay and so exciting, quick and thrifty and inviting. Full of flavor, rich and mellow, all together, this spells Jell-O. Yes, friends, Jell-O is certainly an all-around good dessert. It's a dessert that has everything. Rich, shimmering colors that tell you here's a mighty swell treat, and a world of grand, intriguing flavor. Flavor so pleasing, so refreshing, so downright satisfying that it rivals the real juicy ripe fruit itself. Jell-O is easy to prepare, too. One of the simplest and quickest desserts you can possibly serve. And, of course, you can treat the family to a delightful Jell-O dessert for only a few pennies. So order Jell-O tomorrow, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. Incidentally, strawberry and raspberry Jell-O are now better than ever. Both have a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. Try these grand flavors and enjoy Jell-O's rich, distinctive goodness. Serve a tempting mold of Jell-O tomorrow. Moon over Tarzana, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the 5th day of January, we bring you a man who is still doing his Christmas shopping, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, when you saw me in that department store yesterday, I wasn't shopping. I was exchanging some of my Christmas gifts.
Well, that's quite a coincidence. I was doing the same thing. Would you believe it, Jack? 3 different friends gave me electric razors.
You think that's bad? I got enough bottles of cologne to have people whistle at me for the next 10 years. No kidding, Don. I must have gotten 25 bottles of that stuff.
Oh, what are you going to do with it all?
I gave it to Rochester, and he's going to throw a cocktail party. He mixes it with orange ice and calls it a Central Avenue lullaby. But when you saw me in that store, Don, I was only exchanging the gift Phil Harris gave me.
You were? Why, Phil told me he gave you a lovely present.
Oh, it was lovely, yes, but I don't know, I didn't feel right in it.
Oh, well, you shouldn't have exchanged it, Jack. You'll hurt his feelings.
I don't care whether I hurt his feelings or not. I'm too old for an Indian suit. I don't know what's the matter with Phil. He gives the darndest Christmas present. Last year, he sent me a manhole cover. Imagine a manhole cover.
Oh, yes, I remember that. What'd you ever do with it, Jack?
What could I do? I put Home Sweet Home on it and hung it on the wall. And I wish you could have seen what the... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year, Don.
Same to you, Mary.
What about me? No wonder you wouldn't thank me for the swell time I showed you New Year's Eve. You didn't even phone me.
I want to do it big. I'm going to hire a skywriter.
It won't be necessary. You know, Don, I took Mary to the Wilshire Bowl, and boy, was I raring. At the stroke of 12, I grabbed a horn and blew the old year right out.
You did, huh?
Yep.
And at 12:01, Jack put the horn in his pocket and said, "Let's go home."
Mary, the only reason I suggested going home early was because I didn't want to have a hangover the next day.
A hangover from what? Breaking balloons?
Listen, Mary, don't try to give the impression that I'm an old dodo. I was the life of the party. I had you on that dance floor every minute.
Anything to keep me from eating.
You ate, sister. Believe me. You had the special T-bone steak with French fried potatoes and choice of 2 vegetables, including tax, $1.29. You know very well you had a swell time.
Okay, I had a swell time.
You're darn tootin'.
Say, Mary, is Jack a good dancer?
I couldn't tell. That was the first time I ever did the turkey trot.
That wasn't the turkey trot at all. I was doing the la conga.
The la conga?
Yes. Couldn't you hear me going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, What'd you think that was?
I thought your rheumatiz was giving you the biz.
That was very funny, Mary. You know, I wonder why you and Phil don't quit this program and get one of your own. Harris and Livingston, every week an audition. You're too smart for this show. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Happy New Year.
Same to you, kid.
Is anybody in aspirin? Oh, boy, what a head I got.
Why, Dennis, I'm ashamed of you.
I bumped it getting out of my car.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. You can bump your head. I thought you meant you'd been celebrating too freely. By the way, Dennis, where did you go New Year's Eve?
I went there. Don't worry.
Oh. Okay. Say, I wonder what's keeping Phil.
You went where, Dennis?
Never mind.
I went there every night, just like you told me to.
All right. Say, Don, have you seen...
Dennis, where have you been going every night?
Mary, it's none of your business.
It's a good picture, all right, but gee, I can't laugh all the time.
Dennis, please.
I'd rather go back to mowing your lawn.
Now, Dennis, I don't want to hear another word about it.
Why, Jack Benny, do you mean to say you've been sending the kid downtown to laugh at your picture every night?
Mary, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Dennis, it's time for your song. So let's have it.
My girl laughed at Fred Allen, but don't worry, I kicked her.
Now, Dennis, everybody's waiting for your song, so let's have it, please. What's it going to be?
A brand new number called I'm Gonna Round Up My Love.
That'll be fine. Go ahead. And by the way, if your girl thinks Fred Allen is so funny, get another one. Mary, stop looking at me like that. Do you hear?
Oh, brother.
Wish that kid wouldn't babble so much.
I'm a roaming cowhand, singing as I ride. For my gal I'm a-searching, and a-needing her by my side. I'm gonna round up my love, gonna win her tonight in the prairie moonlight. Gonna round up my love, gotta make her agree to belong to only me. Then together we'll ride high, and together we'll sing low, side by side, roaming the range we'll go. I'm gonna laugh to my gal, gonna make her my pal, I'm gonna round up my love. Yippee, yippee, I ride high, yippee, yippee, oh, sing low, side by side, roaming the range, we'll go. I'm gonna laugh to my gal, gonna make her my pal, I'm gonna round up my love.
That was I'm Gonna Round Up My Love, sung by Dennis Day. There you are, Dennis. That was swell. You were in very good form.
Thanks, Jack.
Jack? Why, Dennis, what's come over you? You've always called me Mr. Benny.
Well, I saw so much of you last week, I feel like we're old friends.
Oh, I see what you mean. But you know, Dennis, I kind of like the idea of your calling me Mr. Benny. It adds a little dignity to the program and shows your respect for me.
Do you want me to call you Mr. Benny, too?
That won't be necessary, Mary.
Gee, I can call him Jack.
And now, folks.
Wait till the girls at the May Company hear about this.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get smart, Miss Livingston.
Oh, do call me Mary.
Now, cut that out. You asked me a question, I answered it. Now, let's forget it. Well, look who finally breezed in.
Hiya, Jackson. Am I late?
No, Phil. We realize that taking up a half hour of your valuable time once a week is quite an imposition.
Now, hold on, Jackson.
In fact, Phil, I think that next Sunday I'm going to have a microphone installed across the street in the pool room so you can say hiya, folks, without putting your cue down. Would you care for that?
Now, before you bawl me out, Jackson, I want to tell you that I'm a changed man. You're looking at the new Harris.
Oh, I am, eh?
I'm not kidding.
No.
On January the 1st, I made a resolution. I'm going to cut out smoking, cut out drinking, cut out gambling, and I'm going to cut out staying up so late.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. When are you going to cut out running after women?
When they stop running.
I thought so. Well, Phil, here's another resolution for you during this new year. Why don't you learn something about music?
You mean I should be like Stokowski?
No, Phil. All I ask is when you pick up a piece of paper that has lines across it and little black dots all over it, don't look at your boys and say, there's a spy around here, this stuff is in code. Little as they know, it embarrasses them.
Okay, Jackson, that'll be another one of my resolutions.
Speaking of resolutions, Jack, I've resolved that during 1941 I'm going to find new ways to tell people about Jell-O.
You are, kiddo?
Yes. Instead of telling them about strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, I'm going to mix them up and say strawberry, lime, raspberry, lemon, orange, cherry, and.
Oh, the and at the end. Gee, they'll never dream it's the old Jell-O show. Anything else, Don?
Yes. Remember how I always used to say, look for the big red letters on the box?
Uh-huh.
Well, this year I'm going to say it backwards.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Box V on, letters read big, D for look.
Well, mouth my shut. Don, that's a very novel idea.
Oh, thanks, Jack. I'm awfully glad you like it.
I'll see you get a raise for that. Backwards. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra, who will play it not backwards, not forward, but in their usual manner. They will start in the middle and blast both ways. All right, Phil, let's have it.
Okay. Say, by the way, Jackson, I got my expense account on our New York trip all made out. You want to see it now?
No, Phil, I'll look it over later. What does it total up to?
$3,427.
Give me that. Let me see that expense account.
There you are. I got the whole thing itematized.
That's itemized. Itemized. If you don't mind, I'll look it over. Let's see here. Hotel room, $42 a week. That's reasonable. Meals for 2 weeks, $63. That's very reasonable.
You don't have to read it, Jackson. It's in perfect shape.
I'll just give it a quick glance. Now, let's see.
Hey, Jack, look. There's one item you can't complain about.
Where?
Right there. Laundry for 2 weeks, 37 cents.
Oh, yes. That's not bad. Let's see what else he has here. Bottle opener, 10 cents. Ice, $2.50. Bromo, $135.
What do you want us to play, Jackson?
Wait a minute, Phil. I'm not through yet. Taxi cabs, $11.50. That's okay. Charles Bagby, musical arrangement for orchestra, 37 cents. 37 cents?
That must be the same guy that does his laundry.
Yeah. See what else is here. IGR, $45. $45? Phil, what's this IGR?
I got robbed.
My goodness, you don't expect me to pay for that. You don't expect me to pay for that, do you?
Oh, what are you beefing about? I never even charged you for bailing out my guitar player.
Oh, well, that's very sweet of you. Now, let's see. Well, here we are again. Bromo, 100. Phil, you and I will talk this whole thing over later. In the meantime, let's have a band number.
Okay.
Look at this next item, Mary. Elevator, $400. What could he want with an elevator? That was There'll Be Some Changes Made, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, where there will be some changes made. And, Phil, getting back to your New York expense account, it's a ridiculous total, and I'm not paying for all of your hilarity.
Okay, Jackson. But as long as we're on the subject of the dough, how about that $50 I won from you from the Rose Bowl game?
That you can take to court. I didn't see the game, Phil, so the bet's off.
I thought you'd squirm out of it.
Well, Jack, I thought you told me you were going to the Rose Bowl game.
I did go, but I didn't stay.
Tell him what happened, Jack.
Mary, Don wouldn't be interested.
Oh, yes, I would. What happened, Mary?
Well, Don, it was like this.
There's a woman for you.
Jack got the tickets and told us to meet him in front of Tunnel 16 at 1:30.
1:30.
Well, anyway, Phil Dennis and I took a cab. But when we got to the bowl, Jack wasn't there yet. So we waited and waited and waited. You should have seen the crowd, Don. There were thousands of...
Programs, names and numbers of all the players. Program, miss?
No, thanks. Come on, fellas, let's go in.
We can't go in. We got to wait for Jackson.
Yeah, he's got the tickets.
I don't see why he didn't come with us.
Well, you know how romantic Jack is. He's bringing his girlfriend Gladys to the game, and they're driving out alone in the Maxwell.
Say, that little waitress ain't so bad looking when she gets dressed up. I think that Jackson's stuck on her.
You said it.
Yeah, he said it.
Dennis, why don't you go get lost in the crowd?
Don't think I couldn't.
Hey, look, Mary, ain't that Jack and Gladys coming this way?
Oh, yes. Jack would be wearing a beanie. And get a load of that fur coat on Gladys.
Gee, Gladys, I never saw you looking so good. You're sure pretty when you're all dolled up.
Thanks, Speedy.
I mean it.
Get your programs here. Program, mister, 15 cents.
Oh, Speedy, can I have a program?
You're darn right you can. Here's a $50, buddy. Keep the change.
Oh, boy, now I get my toupee out of hock.
Well, here's the game, Gladys. Hiya, fellas. All set for the game?
Yeah, I've been waiting on you, Jackson. Come on.
Say, Gladys, you know Mary and Dennis, don't you?
Sure. Hello, everybody.
Hello. See, Gladys has a pretty fur. Did you trap it yourself?
You know darn well I gave it to her for Christmas. Oh, pardon me, honey. Do you know Phil Harris?
Do I?
Hiya, Gladys. I'll have a ham on rye.
Now, Phil, cut that out. Not working today. Come on, fellas. Here's our gate. Let's go.
Tickets. Hold your own stubs, please.
Here you are. Oh, hello, Gladys.
Hello, Eddie. How are you?
Fine. Taking your old man to the game? I'm not her old man. I'm her fella. Come on, sweetheart. Say, where's Dennis?
I'm stuck in the turnstile.
Now push it a little, for heaven's sake.
Here's Tunnel 16 over this way.
Oh, yeah.
Say, Gladys, are you still working at the Shamrock Cafe? No, I'm at a drive-in now. Speedy thought I ought to be outside where it's healthier.
Darn right. What's the use of being in California and not enjoy the sun? It's great for you.
Yeah, I wish I could get off the night shift.
You will, honey. Well, here's the entrance, kid.
Say, look who's here. Hiya, Gladys. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Lefty.
Lefty. Who's that fresh guy, Gladys?
Lefty Flanagan. Boy, can he drive a truck.
Can imagine.
Hey, look, there's a hot dog stand. Let's eat.
Yeah, you want a hot dog, Gladys?
I'm not hungry right now.
Okay, we'll get him inside.
Better get one now, Gladys. You know Speedy.
That's Speedy. All right, I'll go over and buy the hot dogs. Everybody wait here so you won't get lost. Hey, mister, 5 hot dogs, please.
5 puppies coming up? Oh, hello, stranger.
Why, slap 'em up! Well, of all people, Schlepperman, are you running a hot dog stand now?
And look at my sign, Jackie boy. All the hot dogs you can eat for 10 cents.
That's fine, but how can you make money with an offer like that?
Taste one and you're tasting the answer.
Oh, they're pretty tough weenies, eh?
What suitcase handles they would make?
Well, they still look good to me. Give me 5 of them.
Okay, what kind of mustard do you want?
Mustard? What kind?
Yeah, sure. I got strong, mild, and Chanel number 5.
Oh, mild, I guess. How much do I owe you?
5 hot dogs, 50 cents.
Well, that's fair enough. Here's $1.
Here's a quarter. Thanks for the tip.
You're welcome. So long, Slep.
So long. Get your red hat here. You ain't kept till you dine with Slep.
Well, here you are, kids. Take your hot dog.
Thanks, Jack. Here's my dime.
Keep it. Everything's on me today.
See, I'm thirsty. What are we going to drink with our hot dog?
Here you are, Gladys. Put that back in your pocket. Phil, just for once, why don't you see a football game where 4 teams aren't playing? Now, where's Dennis?
He'll be back in a minute.
Oh. Well, he's got his own ticket. Let's go in. Here's the tunnel.
Gee, it's dark in here.
Huh?
So dark in here.
Yeah.
Say, Speedy, remember the time we went through the Tunnel of Love at Ocean Park?
Oh, Gladys, for heaven's sake. Cut it out.
Oh, I'm sorry I slapped you.
Gladys, it's all over. Forget it. Now, come on.
Subs, please.
There you are.
Right this way.
Oh, hello, Gladys.
Hello, Nick. Where you been keeping yourself?
Oh, I've been around. Where you been?
Come on. Show us our seat. Listen, Gladys, you have to talk to every fella you meet.
Oh, Speedy, you're so jealous.
I'm not jealous.
Here are your seats, mister.
Thanks. Say, these seats are all right, aren't they?
Yeah, right on the old 40-yard line.
Say, Jack, who's playing here today?
2 of the finest teams in the country, Stanford and Nebraska.
Then why does your pennant say love thy neighbor on it?
I gotta weigh something, don't I? You know, I kind of like Nebraska.
Well, I'm for Stanford. You want to make a little bet, Jackson?
Yeah, I might.
Hey, Gladys, how are you?
Oh, there's Lefty Gordon. Hello, Lefty.
Another lefty. Don't you know anybody that's right-handed?
Well, I used to go with him.
Used to. You're going with me now. I wish you wouldn't talk to everybody.
Hey, Jackson, what about that bet?
Okay, Phil, you've got Stanford, and I've got Nebraska.
Oh, yes, pal. Is he 6 second old pal,
Oh, fine. Yes, a young man has it. He'll be here in just a minute.
Oh, don't mention it, pal. A friend of yours is a friend of mine.
This would happen to me.
How much dough you want to bet, Jackson?
Any amount you say, brother. Just name it.
Okay, $50.
50, eh?
Take another number, Phil.
Oh, no. If he wants to bet $50, it's okay with me.
Quiet. I want to hear the game.
The game hasn't started yet.
No thanks. I never touch it.
How can you talk to a guy like that?
Look, Jack, here comes the Nebraska team.
Oh, yeah. Gee, they're a husky bunch of fellas.
Yeah, listen to that crowd.
Yes, sir. You know, Gladys, I'll bet there are 90,000 people here.
That's terrible. 90,000 people without a home. Oh, my goodness. 90,000 people.
What are you talking about? They've got homes. They're here for the game.
Oh, no. You're just saying that because I'm your pal.
You're not my pal. I never saw you before in my life.
No thanks. I never touch it.
I don't know why I always run into one of these guys. Ignore them, Gladys.
I am Gladys, old pal.
Don't you dare speak to her. Here, hold my coat, Mary.
He's on the floor already. What do you want?
Well, he can't talk like that.
Hey, look, Jackson, here comes that good old Stanford team out on the field.
Hey, those boys look pretty good, too, don't they, Gladys?
Oh, they're a swell bunch. Hello, fellas.
What?
Well, I'll be darned. She knows the whole team.
Well, that's the last straw. I'm leaving. I'm not even going to stay and see the game.
Oh, Speedy, calm down.
Calm down nothing. And let me tell you something else, Gladys. The next time you go out with me and say hello to every Tom, Dick, and Harry we meet, remember, two can play.
So there you are, Dom. That's exactly what happened at the Rose Bowl game on New Year's Day.
Jack really lost his head, huh?
He sure did.
Okay, I'm a fiery, jealous nature. What can I do? Play, Phil.
Okay, Speedy. Friends, before dessert at dinner tomorrow, why not serve the family a real surprise, something delightfully different, like apple snow jello. A delicious combination of cold, spicy applesauce and crimson raspberry jello. Or try apricot pecan layers. Crunchy pecan meats and golden canned apricots molded in shimmering orange jello. These are just two of the many grand treats that you'll find described in the new Calendar of Desserts book. In this big 48-page recipe book, you'll discover 365 suggestions for all kinds of novel and tempting desserts, pastries, puddings, cakes, cookies, and, of course, lots and lots of swell desserts made with delicious jello. And this unique calendar of desserts is just as beautiful as it is useful, too. Full of lovely paintings and handsome photographs in brilliant glowing colors. So be sure to send for your copy right away. Just mail 10 cents, just 10 cents, in coin or stamps to me, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan, and this handy day-by-day recipe book will be forwarded to you at once. Don't wait until tomorrow, friends. Send 10 cents for your copy tonight.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. When you buy any product bearing the name RCA Victor, you can be sure it's the finest in its field. That's no accident. It's the result of constant research by RCA, whose aim is to bring you better products at lower cost. In television alone, RCA developed the Image Orthicon tube, the heart of every television camera. And the Image Orthicon, or camera tube, has added new scope to television programming because it permits televising when the illumination is as little as that supplied by a single candle. This is just one of the pioneering achievements of RCA. Today, RCA Victor is recognized as world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And you can have the proof of RCA Victor leadership in your home. Just buy one of the new RCA Victor Super Sets, super-powered television with amazing picture power. Take the Preston, for example. Because of picture power, the Preston brings you clearest reception possible with virtually no interference, even if you live in a difficult reception area in the city or in the country. See the Preston soon. The exciting 17-inch table model television with picture power offered at a price that'll fit neatly into your buying budget. Whenever you buy television, radio, a phonograph, or records, always look for the sure sign of quality. The name RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. With television on a coast-to-coast hookup, NBC has asked all its radio stars to appear on the new medium. That is, all except Phil Harris. Phil decided to take the matter into his own hands, and so he invited the president in charge of TV and his wife to dinner.
You know something, Alice? This is going to be a very, very important dinner tonight, and everything has got to be just right.
Well, it will be. Did you set the table as I asked you to?
Oh, did I set that table? Oh, come with me. Hey, wait till you see, honey, the way I set it up. It's a work of art. There you are. How do you like the way it looks?
Phil, what kind of a way is that to set a table?
Well, what's wrong with it? In front of each place, I put everything a guest will need for dinner. A martini glass, a wine glass, a highball glass, a cordial glass, a brandy glass, and a schooner for beer.
How about the plates and silverware?
With all them glasses, we ain't got no room.
Oh, why didn't I listen to Mother and leave him on that Indian reservation? Willie, take the glasses off the table, will you please?
All right, sis. No, Philip, this is just like you. You put every kind of glass there except a water glass.
Who's going to wash at the table? Hey, Alice, now I want to help because
Well, if you really want to do something, here's a list of things I need. Call the market and order them, huh?
Okay, I'll order. Let me see that. Pound of shrimp, an 8-pound rib roast. Ooh. A dozen matzo balls, a bottle of glue. Glue? Oh, that must be to keep the matzo balls from rolling off the plate. Rolling off the plate, and rolling off the plate. 2 heads of lettuce, a can of
Phil? Phil, what are you squinting at?
Well, your writing's kind of small.
Oh, it is not. You know, you've been squinting a lot lately. Maybe you need glasses. After all, you're at the age where you can use a little help.
Look, honey, I don't need glasses, and even if I did, I wouldn't wear them. If I'm going into television, I'd look silly wearing glasses.
Oh, why? A lot of people in television wear glasses. There's Groucho Marx, Dave Garroway, and Robert Q. Lewis.
Yeah, but they're clowns, buffoons. I'm a lover.
You are? The least you could have done was tell me about it.
All right, tell you about it.
Well, maybe you don't need glasses, but, you know, I think you ought to have your eyes checked by a specialist. Willie, call the doctor and see if you can make an appointment for Phil this afternoon.
Okay, sis.
But, Alice, it's so silly.
It isn't silly. I think you need glasses.
Alice, I tell you that come in. I tell you I don't need glasses.
I think you do need glasses.
I agree with Curly. You don't need glasses. You get more out of a bottle with a straw. Or you can use a garden hose and siphon it out.
Or you stop already. I was talking about...
Philip, it's all set. You have an appointment with the eye doctor in an hour.
What are you going to the eye doctor for, Curly?
I'm going to have my eyes checked. Why have them checked? I like them the way they are now. That herringbone effect is very attractive. That's something. Will you keep quiet a minute, Remley? I've got a lot of stuff to do. I got a lot on my mind. Now, come on and go down to the doctor with me, will you? We'll see you later, honey.
Okay. Well, I'd better get back to work.
I'll help you, sis. Why did I tell you I was going to Shanghai? I want to be with you tonight.
Willie, what are you doing?
I'm singing. It's a new song called Shanghai.
Oh, no, that's not the way it goes. It goes like this. Why did I tell you I was going to Shanghai? I want to be with you tonight. Why did I holler I was going to Shanghai? I want to be with you tonight. It was just a little misunderstanding that a kiss on the cheek could patch. I need you so badly, I'd gladly start right over from scratch. Why did I tell you it was bye-bye for Shanghai? I'm even allergic to rice. Why don't you stop me when I talk about Shanghai? It's just a lover's device. Who's gonna kiss me? Who's gonna thrill me? Who's gonna hold me tight? I'm right around the corner in a phone booth, and I wanna be with you tonight.
Why did you tell us a lover's lie? We know there ain't no Shanghai love. Why did you tell us you were going to Shanghai? We want to be with you tonight. Why did you holler you were going to Shanghai? We want to be with you tonight.
It's just a little misunderstanding that a kiss on the cheek could patch.
We need you so badly, we'd gladly start all over from scratch.
Oh, why did I tell you it was bye-bye for Shanghai? I'm even allergic to rice.
We should have stopped you when you talked about Shanghai. It's just a lover's device.
Who's gonna kiss me? Who's gonna thrill me? Who's gonna hold me tight?
Well, we're right around the corner in a phone booth, and we want to be with you tonight.
But who's gonna kiss me? Who's gonna thrill me? Who's gonna hold me tight? Well, if you're right around the corner in a phone booth, I wanna be with you tonight.
Well, Mr. Harris, I'm ready to examine your eyes.
Well, then brace yourself, Doctor, because you're in for a treat.
You were about to see the prettiest pair of peepers in this little old town. Well, lucky little me. Now, sit down and let me examine your eyes.
How you like 'em, Doc?
Beady little bubbles, aren't they?
What you know about eyes? These glimmers are the envy of every man and the downfall of every woman who has ever looked into them.
I can't be hearing him right. There must be something wrong with my ears.
Oh, well, when was the last time you had them examined?
What, 2 years ago?
Oh, well, you shouldn't wait that long. I'd better have a look at them. Remley, hold that light in his other ear while I look through this one, right?
Mr. Harris, will you please?
Quiet. Hey, this is worse than I thought. You're in bad shape, Doc. You've got a dense growth in between your ears.
I don't have any growth.
Well, you must have. I can't see no light shining through from the other side.
Will you two madmen please stop this? Now, sit still, Harris, and let me examine your eyes.
All right, Doctor, all right. Feast yourself on them. Healthy looking, ain't they, Doc?
Oh, yes. They look like they just had a blood transfusion.
That's just what I need, a wise eye doctor. Look, don't make fun of my eyes, Doc. They happen to be my best feature.
This is your best?
Yes, the best. Why, just look at these wide set orbs. delicately separated by a finely chiseled nose, which is suspended gracefully over cupid bow lips.
Which blends into a receding chin that runs into a hollow chest. What did I ever do to deserve a patient like this? Why did I have to become an eye doctor? Wish I'd studied to be an obstetrician.
Why?
And you wouldn't have any reason to come to see me.
Oh, I don't know. I have trouble with my corns once in a while, too.
Mr. Harris, I think medical science would be interested in studying your brain.
I have been told that before. In fact, I'm going to give my brain to the Mayo Clinic after I die.
Why wait? Now then, Harris, sit down while I examine your eyes and sit still, or I'll pull your tongue out and strap you to the chair with it. Well, Harris, I've examined you thoroughly, and I find nothing wrong except a little eye strain. As for the bloodshot condition, there's only one way to eliminate that. You'll have to stop reading and drinking.
Doctor, you can't do that to me. What's the use of living if I can't read?
It's only temporary. Now hold still while I put a few of these drops into your eyes.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. Wait a minute. Is that going to hurt?
Unfortunately, no. This is just a harmless wash that'll rest your eyes and clear them up. Now open wide. There.
Hey. That feels good.
Now you sit here and rest while I have my nurse prepare a bottle of this eye wash for you to take home. I'll be right back.
Yeah. There goes a nice doctor.
I wish I had a chance to talk to him.
Well, I mean, Rem, if you're just going to stand there and not talk to him, that ain't my fault. I mean, after all, you can open your mouth. I don't have to do all your business for you. I wish I'd had a chance to talk to him. We could have used a funny line in there somewhere. Let's finally get back that doctor. To show my appreciation, I'm going to send him an autographed copy of my latest RCA Victor record called Rugged But Right, which is destined to become...
All right, sing already. We don't have time for an exploitation campaign.
To tell you that I'm rugged but right, a rambling and a gambling man, and free every night. I eat a porterhouse steak 3 times a day from my board, more than any guy in this whole town can afford. I got a big electric fan to keep me cool when I sleep, a mattress stuffed with dollar bills to tickle my feet. My motto's meet 'em and cheat 'em and love 'em and leave 'em and break 'em in right. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. Bought with pawn shop tickets, red, white, and blue. My clothes are made of tiger skins right out of the zoo. I got a lot of money in the bank, I made it myself. The hearts of all my girlfriends lying right on my shelf. The girls all turn and whistle every time I go by, but I'm pretty darn particular, I'm telling no lie. I'm in there wheeling and dealing and really appealing and high as a kite. Come on, let's fly together, 'cause I'm rugged but right. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but fair. You caused me plenty worry, put some gray in my hair. You got the lips that sunk the ships of England, France, and Peru. And I'm just like Napoleon, 'cause you're my Waterloo. I'd like a 15-minute intermission in your Ford V8. I'd love to make it longer, but I got a late date. My morals have always been gone with the wind, so let's breeze it tonight. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. Don't overdo it, 'cause I really overdoed it last night. You know something, Remley? That record's going to be my biggest seller since the thing. People are buying it like hotcakes.
I know. I bought one and it tasted delicious with maple syrup. Wish the doctor would hurry with that eye wash.
Yeah, we got to get home, you know, for that dinner party.
Hey, why wait for the doctor? Here's a bottle of eye wash on the desk. Let's take that one.
Okay, eye wash is eye wash. Let's take it and get out of here, huh?
Yeah. Hey, then let's stop on the way home and have a cold beer.
Oh, you dog.
Mr. Harris, the nurse will have your drops ready. That's funny, he isn't here. Oh, nurse, did you see Mr. Harris?
Yes, doctor, he just left.
Did you give him his eye wash?
I tried to, but he said he already had a bottle.
Oh, but I didn't have... Oh, no, he took the bottle on my desk. That's the wrong medication.
What did he take?
Oh, drops that'll dilate his pupils and blur his vision for hours. If he uses more than one drop into each eye, it'll completely obscure his vision for quite a while. You better call him and warn him.
He didn't leave his number, and his phone is unlisted.
Oh, well, we tried, didn't we? I wonder what will happen to old Blotter Eyes tonight.
Hey, I better go upstairs and start getting dressed for dinner, Remley.
Hey, Curly, your eyes all right?
Yeah. Why?
They don't look good. They look red again.
Uh-oh. I shouldn't have had that one beer.
Which one?
Now, wait a minute, Remley. I better put some more of these drops in that doctor gave me, because that'll clear them up. You ought to use some. You know, your eyes ain't exactly rinsed so white.
Okay, I'll put some in your eyes first. Hold still. There.
Ah, that really feels good. Put a few more drops in, Remley.
Hey, Curly, your pupils are getting larger and your eyes are starting to sparkle.
They are? Hey, man, this stuff is really great, ain't it? Now, you hold still while I put some more in your eyes. There. Hey, Frankie, this stuff is wonderful. This is the greatest thing that... Where'd you go, Remley?
Right here.
Where?
In front of you. What's the matter with you, Curly? Your face looks a little... Who turned the lights out?
The lights ain't out. Somebody just put fuzzy bulbs in. Some Remley, everything looks hazy to me.
To me, too.
Well, it must have been that beer we had. The doctor warned me not to drink, and you keep...
Phil, you'd better start getting dressed for the party. Our guests will be arriving soon.
Okay, honey, okay. Hey, Frankie.
Hmm?
I hope my eyes clear up before those guests arrive. This is going to be embarrassing.
Hey, I know what. We'll put a few more drops in. It'll clear up like that.
Yeah, okay, but let's do it upstairs. Help me feel my way up. You know something, Remley? I'm starting to get worried. We put 4 drops of this stuff in each eye, and my vision ain't getting no better. It's getting worse.
Maybe we didn't use enough. Let's kill the bottle. Hold still, I'll pour it in. There.
Well, take it easy, will you? That's enough. Save some for yourself.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, Phil, I haven't finished dressing yet. Will you answer the door? And if it's our guests, be very gracious to Mrs. East.
Yeah, okay. Answer the door, she says. I can't even see what room I'm in. Oh, man,
this is going to be murder. Hey, Remley. Remley.
Here I am.
Well, answer. You remember where the front door is?
Yeah, I know where it is, but I can't see it. How are we going to answer it?
Wait till it rings again and we'll go in on the sound. Oh, there it is, there it is. Came from over there. Come on, Remley. Get down on our hands and knees now. We'll crawl right toward it.
Right. Now, this is silly. Why don't you tell Alice? Let her answer the door.
I don't want her to know that I can't see. She wants...
Here it is, Curly. I got the doorknob.
Let go of my nose.
I thought you had a soft doorknob.
Well, that's pretty bad. Now, hey, wait a minute. I got the door. Now, stand up. Now, remember that Alice wants us to be gracious.
Gracious.
Ah, Mrs. East. Why, you look more lovely than ever. It's a pleasure to have you here. Allow me to kiss your hand.
Get your slobbering lips off of me, nothing.
Frankie, I don't believe this is Mrs. East.
You think maybe it's Princess Elizabeth?
It's me, Julius. What's the matter with your eyes, Mr. Harris? They look kind of funny. So do yours, Mr. Remley.
There's nothing wrong with my eyes. I can see you. I can put my hands right on you. You're right around... There you are. I got him, Curly.
Are you sure?
Positive. I can feel his hard, round little head. I can see his little eyes darting back and forth. Julius, you look good, my boy. And I... Curly.
What?
I'm patting him on the head and it's splashing.
Don't be ridiculous.
Then why's my hand all wet?
You got it in the goldfish bowl, you joint. These guys can't see nothing. The blind is back.
All right. What are you doing here, Julius?
I brought the ice cream for your party.
Well, put it in the kitchen and beat it, will you?
That's too much trouble. I'll just put it down right here. So long, fella.
Wait a minute, Julius. Wait a minute. I can't see. Now, where'd you put it?
Walk around. You'll find it.
Little ape, he must have put it on the floor. Don't move, Remley. You're liable to step on it. Maybe we can... Uh-oh, that must be Mr. and Mrs. East. Well, look who's here, and start talking so I can find out.
Hello, Harris.
Why, it is. It's Mr. East. Oh, and you brought flowers. Thanks. I'll just take them and put them in water, and then...
Let go of my hat.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. East. Allow me to introduce my associate, Frank Remley.
How do you do, Mr. Remley?
Charmed, madam. Allow me to kiss your hand.
Mr. Remley, why did you butt my wife in the stomach?
Oh, you'll have to excuse Mr. Remley. He's a water boy with the Rams.
Mr. Harris, may we come in, or do we have to stand out here all night?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Come right in.
Thank you. My, what a charming foyer!
Curly, she found the ice cream.
Oh, Mrs. East, I'm terribly sorry.
Tell me, East, does your wife always make a hokey entrance like that?
Oh, darling, are you all right?
Yes, I hope you're not hurt.
No, I'm not hurt. Well, don't just stand there. Help me up.
Oh, of course. I'd give $5 if I knew where she is. Oh, there you are. Allow me.
Thank you.
Oh, Phil. Phil, is that Mr. and Mrs. East?
Yeah, honey.
Oh, hello there. I'll be right down. And in the meantime, Phil, why don't you show them to the house? They've never been here before.
Well, that's a splendid idea, Mr. Harris. I'd love to see your house.
So would I, lady. You don't want to really see the house, do you?
Yes, I do. I've heard a lot about your home, and I insist you take me through it.
Well, you insist, huh?
Well, the room we're in now is the entrance hall, and then there's the living room, a dining room, a kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a den, and we're right back where we started from. How'd you like it?
Oh, Mr. Harris, you're a caution. Now, may we please see the house?
All right, just follow me.
Well, nice of him to blaze a trail for us, isn't it?
Well, here we are. I know you'll love this room. We just had it redecorated. Alice and I spend most of our time in here. Do you like it?
What a lovely broom closet.
Just wanted to see if you were paying attention.
Now we'd like to see the dining room.
Oh. Well, follow me.
Sounds like we've been over this route before.
Just this way, Mrs. East. It's just through this door. Well, this is the dining room.
How novel, a bathtub in the dining room.
Wrong door!
You're not doing so good. You better let me finish the tour.
You can't see either.
My eyes are clearing up a little. If you want to see the rest of the rooms, just follow me, folks. I'm going to show you a room that's the pride of the Harris home. Just follow me. Just through this door. Isn't this a beautiful cellar?
Phil Harris, what on earth are you doing down there?
Our guest wanted to wash up before dinner. All right, Mrs. East, get your head out of the appendix. You're clean enough now.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Hold everything. Here's exciting value news. News about RCA Victor's outstanding bonus offer. Buy any RCA Victor instrument that plays 45s exclusively and at no extra cost. Get a bonus of record albums worth over $6. You take your pick from 25 of RCA Victor's hit albums of popular, classical, children's, or hillbilly and western records. Over $6 worth of these albums are yours without additional cost. You pay only for the Victrola 45 instrument you choose. Select RCA Victor's new Victrola 45 table phonograph that can be easily moved from room to room. It's convenient, it's complete, and its suggested list price is only $27.95. Of course, there are many other RCA Victor 45 models to choose from. And what a treat to get over $6 worth of record albums at no additional cost. Take full advantage of this RCA Victor bonus offer. Act now.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records.
Next, Theater Guild presents Ray Milland and Joan Fontaine on NBC.
Radio Network presents A Salute to Jack Benny. Tonight, transcribed from New York, Hollywood, and Korea, you'll hear Ethel Merman, Ronald and Benita Coleman, Mary Livingston, General James Van Fleet, William S. Haley, Ray Bloch's Orchestra, and the Abbot of the Friars, Milton Berle, all gathered to celebrate Jack Benny's 20th anniversary in radio. And now, from the Waldorf Astoria, our master of ceremonies for the evening, Milton Berle. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, once in a great while a man comes along who stands out in his field, a man with not only great ability, but with fine character, understanding, and generosity. We know this man for his great accomplishments, his progressive thinking, and his remarkable leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have anticipated me. After all, how many men fit this description? I'm speaking of General James Van Fleet. Milton, we'll hear from the general later. And now a very few words from Jack Benny. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are familiar with our profession know that we of the theater have an organization known as the Friars. Years ago, when Jack Benny was a young friar... Cousin Milty. It's Uncle Milty. Oh. Well, anyway, Benny wanted to know why the Friars had never given a dinner for him, and they told him he hadn't earned the decision, or honor, I should say. It had to be some memorable occasion. That's kind of a mistake I can't figure out at all. Mr. Benny, when we call on you, you'll have a chance to die. To continue, would you please be quiet, Mr. Benny, while I'm doing my speech? If there had to be some memorable occasion, like, for instance, his 20th anniversary on the radio before we gave him a dinner. That was Jack's first year on the air, but he never forgot the Friars' promise, and ever since he's been waiting and eating very lightly. So, ladies and gentlemen, to explain my presence here tonight, I'll have to take you back to last summer, which I spent in Beverly Hills. I rented a house while I was there, and early one morning, my doorbell rang, and it was Jack Benny. I didn't attach any particular significance to the visit because Jack dropped in about once a week to read the latest magazines and make his phone calls. Well, I'll never forget. Hello, Jack. Hello, Milton. Jack, the New Look magazine just came in, and there's an easy chair by the telephone. Thank you. Look at this picture of Dagmar in Look. It's a big picture. Continued on page 40. See, where are my glasses? Oh, here they are. See, it's not a picture of Dagmar at all. It's a B-29. Now, Milton, I came over here today for another reason. Remember the Friars promised to give me a dinner on my 20th anniversary in radio? I don't remember anything like that. But, Milton, it's in the records. You're the abbot of the Friars, and I'm holding you to it. Jack, let go of my lapel. If it means that much to you, when you get home, call Jesse Block in New York and tell him that I said to go ahead and arrange the dinner for you. When I get home? Oh, all right. You can call him from here. Thank you. You're welcome. And that's how this Jack Benny testimonial dinner came about. A short time later, I got a long-distance call from New York. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Burrow. This is Miss Simmons of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes, Miss Simmons.
I'm calling for Mr. Paley. We were told that you are one of Jack Benny's closest friends.
Well, he and my telephone have been going together.
Well, since Mr. Benny is celebrating his 20th anniversary on the air this year, Mr. Paley would like to get him a gift, but he doesn't know what to buy.
Well, that is a problem. After all, what can you give a man like Jack Benny? He hasn't got anything. Let's see, Miss Simmons. Have you thought about giving him money?
Money? Money? But Mr. Paley would like to give him something that will last.
I guarantee you, when Benny gets his hands on a buck, that's the last of it.
But, Mr. Burl, money is such a cold gift.
Believe me, he's not interested in heat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Burl. I'll tell Mr. Paley what you said.
Would you mind laughing it up when you tell him?
Yes, Mr. Burl,
Thank
I
you
will.
very, very much. I knew Jack would be interested to learn that Mr. Paley had phoned, so I went around to see him. But Rochester said Jack had gone out with his violin to play at a gypsy wedding. So I dropped over again the next morning. Hello, Jack.
Oh, Uncle Milty. Come on in.
Jack, last night I got a call from Mr. Paley's secretary. It was about you.
Mr. Paley's secretary? About me? What'd you say? What'd you say? What'd you say? Is he mad at me? Is he mad? Is he mad?
No, Jack, no. No, Jack, take it easy. He isn't mad. Your radio show wasn't even mentioned.
Oh, good.
Take it, Jack, calm down, will you? Take it easy. Jack, what's the trouble? Why are you so nervous? You've been in the business for 20 years.
That's why I'm nervous. Tell me, Milton, what does Mr. Paley want? What do you want? I mean, what do you want? Come on, tell me. What do you want?
Well, if you stop asking me, I tell you. Now, just a minute, I'll be able to speak to you. Look, Jack, Mr. Paley wants to give you a present for your 20th anniversary on radio, and he wanted to know what I thought you would like. Naturally, I said cash.
Milton, you didn't. Cash. What must he think of me? A man like Mr. Paley. I'll take his check anytime. So what happened?
Shall I tell him? Well, I'll tell you what happened, Jack. When his secretary, when I spoke to her, she seemed to feel that money was too cold.
Well, who cares about he?
Jack, I already used that joke.
Oh.
Now, who's stealing from who?
That's whom.
I'm sorry.
Say, Milton, not to change the subject, but when I'm in New York, I'll have a few free evenings, and I don't mind working. So if you should happen to hear of any weddings or anything, keep me in mind.
All right, Jack. Well, I got to run along now.
Okay. Say, if you get a chance to remind Mr. Paley about, you know what, tell him it would be very acceptable.
Yes, all right. See you in New York, Jack.
Yeah. So long, Milton.
So long, sport.
See, that was a good-looking suit Milton had on. Wonder if he's got as much money as I have. Nah. Well, I might as well get back. When I hear about a gift from Mr. Paley, I get ideas. I wonder how much he would give me. No, that'd be too much. On the hand, you never can tell, you know. After all, what's $20 to a man like Mr. Paley? Da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-da-da-dee-dum. It might be 30 or even 40. Da-dee. Just a minute. Oh, hello, Dollface.
Hello, Jack. I'm all finished packing, Jack, and I thought I'd drop in and give you a hand.
Gee, thanks, Mary. Come on in. I was just getting my things together. Well, here's all the stuff.
Gee, what an old satchel.
Well, that's a very expensive bag. It was a gift.
That figures.
That figures.
I'm sorry.
Mary, you come
Jack.
over here to help me or heckle me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I'll pack this bag for you. Bathrobe, slippers, socks, handkerchiefs, bath.
See, I forgot to tell you, before you came in, Milton Berle was here, and guess what? Mr. Paley is getting me a present for my 20th anniversary. Isn't that nice?
Yes, and I'm glad you reminded me, Jack. Are you taking the airline's limousine out to the airport?
No, a friend of mine is going to drive me out there. Why should I ride in their limousine and sit with a lot of strangers? Well, I better pack my personal things. Hand me that, Mary.
Which one? The one with the curls or the one with the bangs?
Both of them, and throw in the gray one, too. It'll probably be snowing in New York.
You better put a leash on. It might be windy, too.
Very funny, Mary. There's the door now. Busy, busy, busy. I should have waited until I left town before I gave Rochester his day off.
Oh, I'll get it, Jack.
Let's see if I've forgotten anything. Mouthwash, shoe polish, settless powders, vitamin pills, and pablum. And there's my bank book. Gee, the last page is almost all filled up. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dee-da-dee, da-dee-da-dee-dum. I'll need a new one. I'll need a new one.
Jack, that was the fellow outside with the meat truck.
Oh, that's Murray, my butcher. What did he say?
Well, he has to make a few deliveries, but he'll be back in a half hour to take it to the airport.
Good, good.
And the back of the truck is crowded, so you'll have to ride 3 in the front seat.
Is there another passenger?
No, it's a side of beef.
I don't care as long as I don't have to sit in the middle, you know. Da-dum, ba-bum, ba-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-da.
Are you going to call Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman?
If I have time, I'll call him from the airport.
Oh, okay.
Da-dum, ba-bum, ba-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum.
Hello?
Hello, I have a call from Mr. or Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Well, this is Mrs. Coleman.
This is collect from Mr. Jack Benny. Will you accept the charges?
Oh, long distance?
No, it's a local call.
Oh. Well, all right. Wait a minute. I didn't think you could make a local call collect.
Neither did I, but he talked me into it.
Well, put him on. Hello?
Hello, Benita? Oh, Benita, this is Jack Benny. I'm at the airport. The reason I reversed the charges is that I didn't have any change.
How'd you get the operator?
Somebody was here before me, and I caught the receiver in midair.
Well, why are you calling, Jack? Is anything the matter?
No, I just want you to do me a favor. You see, I'm leaving for New York, and I wondered, while I'm gone, if you and Ronnie would take care of my parrot. See, I hate to leave Polly in a strange pet shop.
Well, I don't know. Jack, would you hold the wire?
Certainly, it's your money. I mean, as long as you wish, of course.
Oh, Ronnie?
What is it, Benita?
I have something to tell you. Have you finished shaving?
Finished shaving? What difference does that make?
Well, I don't want to tell you while you still have the razor in your hand.
Oh, it's all right. I've quite finished. What is it?
Jack Benny's on the phone. Ronnie, why did you break the mirror?
Well, as long as they're having bad luck, let's have a reason. What does Mr. Benny want now?
Well, he's going to New York.
Good.
And he wants us to take care of his parrot while he's gone.
His parrot? Benita, do you think I could stand having his parrot around for the next 2 weeks singing When You Say I Beg Your Pardon and I'll Come Back to You? What? I'll talk to Benny.
Now, darling, now don't get yourself all upset.
Hello.
Yes, Benita?
This is Ronnie.
Oh, hello, Ronnie. Look, I'm going to New York because the Friars Club is giving me a testimonial dinner.
Jack, Benita told me what you wanted, and it's out of the question. We cannot take care of your parrot.
You can't?
No. And frankly, I think a request like that is an imposition on your part.
Well...
You mean? That's definite, Jack, and I see no reason to discuss it further.
Well, all right, Ronnie. That's the way you feel about it? Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What did he say, Ronnie?
Well, for once, my dear, I did the talking. I told him we wouldn't take care of his parrot, and that's all there was to it.
What's Jack going to New York for?
The Friars are giving him a dinner.
But why?
Well, they've given dinners for everybody. I suppose they've simply run out of people.
Yes. I read something about it. It's his 20th anniversary on the radio.
Say, Benita, do you think we'll have to buy him a gift?
Oh, I suppose so. He's already taken out ads in the trade papers thanking us for it.
He's a sly one. He does the same thing at Christmas. Well, if we have to give him something, we'll just... I'll take it, darling. Hello?
Hello, Ronnie. This is Jack again.
Yes?
Ronnie, the reason I called back is that I've been thinking that perhaps I was too harsh with you a few minutes ago, especially when I hung up.
Oh, on the contrary, Jack, it was I who was harsh with you.
Oh, that's just like you, Ronnie, trying to take the blame. But this time I won't let you.
Oh, but I want the blame.
No, Ronnie, our friendship means too much to both of us. Now, let's not allow a silly quarrel to come between us. And, Ronnie, you don't have to take care of my parrot. Just leave her in my house alone. No one to take care of her. No one to feed her. No one to cover her up at night. No one to change her water every day. No one to talk to her. No one to even care if she wants a cracker. Just leave her there, Ronnie. Goodbye.
Ronnie, you're crying. Who is that you were talking to?
Betty Davis. Excuse me, Benita. I'm going over and get Jack's parrot.
Gee, it's good to be back in New York again, walking down Broadway, the Great White Way. There's Judy Garland at the Palace, Jane Wyman in the Blue Veil, Phil Silvers at the Winter Garden, Bert Lahr...
Jack! Oh, Jack!
What? Why, Ethel Merman.
Jack, when did you get in town?
A few days ago. Oh, say, Ethel, you know about the dinner the Friars are giving me for my 20th anniversary on the radio?
Yes, I heard about it, and I'd love to go, but I don't think I can make it.
But why? You don't have to bring an expensive gift, you know? I mean, I'd appreciate almost anything.
It isn't that, Jack, but I'm going to be busy.
Ethel, let me tell you something. There'll be a lot of important booking agents and producers at the dinner, and who knows? If you got up and sang a few numbers, you might get yourself a job.
A job? But, Jack,
There are no buts. You're still a young woman, Ethel, and you should be working. You know, if you make good on a club date, you might land a part in a show.
Jack, I'm trying to tell you that I'm in a show.
I mean on Broadway.
It is on Broadway. Call Me Madam. It's in its second year.
It is?
Jack, what's the last show you saw?
Peg O' My Heart. It was great. I'll never forget that scene when she came home with the baby in her arms and her father put her out of the house. They don't write shows like that anymore.
Jack, why don't you do a play on Broadway?
Oh, there's nothing I can do.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Don't give up so easily. Okay, what kind of a play could I do, Ethel?
Oh, I can see you doing something by Shakespeare. Hamlet, King Lear, Richard III, Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet? But Ethel, Laurence Olivier did such a wonderful job as Romeo.
I was thinking of the other part.
That always happens to me when I wear the curly one. Try to get to my dinner, will you, Ethel?
I will, Jack. It'll be wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a genuine pleasure to welcome all of you to this historic night for show business, the Friars' testimonial dinner to one of his most distinguished sons, Jack Benny, on the occasion of his 20th anniversary in radio. Gathered here are important personages from every part of American life and more stars than there are in the heavens. I can think of no more appropriate way to get these exciting proceedings underway than to have one of Broadway's great performers sing the theme song Irving Berlin wrote for our profession, There's No Business Like Show Business. Ladies and gentlemen, Ethel Merman.
There's no business like show business, like no business I know. Everything about it is appealing. Everything the traffic follows. Nowhere can you get that happy feeling when you are feeling that extra bow. There's no people like show people. They smile when they are low. Yesterday they told you you would not go far. That night you open and there you are. Next day on your dressing room they hung a star. Let's go on with our show. The costumes, the scenery, the makeup, the props, the audience that lifts you when you're down. The headaches, the heartaches, the backaches, the flops, the sheriff who will start you out of town. The opening when your heart beats like a drum. The closing when the customers don't come. There's no business like show business, like no business I know. You get word before the show has started that your favorite uncle died at dawn. And top of that, your grandma has parted. You're broken hearted, but you go on. There's no people like show people. They smile when they are lost. Even with a turkey that you know will fold, you may be stranded out in the cold. Still you wouldn't change it for a sack of gold. Let's go on with our show. Let's go on with our show.
That was really magnificent. And now, as abbot of the Friars, I'm very honored to introduce our next speaker, Mr. William S. Paley.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Gee, he speaks well, doesn't he? I wonder what kind of a present he's going to give me.
Quiet, Jack, quiet, please.
When a man reaches the stage in his career where his friends and associates set aside an occasion to honor his achievements, then indeed that man may consider himself a success.
Hey, Meldy, did Mr. Paley mention what he was going to give me?
No, and be quiet, would you?
Jack Benny is a success, not only because of his inherent talent, but because of his diligence, perseverance, his loyalty, and his unquestioned perspicacity.
Uncle Millie, what's perspicacity?
I don't know. Nobody ever called me that, and I've been a very big hit.
I wonder what he's going to get to my present.
Well, now, please, be patient, will you, Jack? Don't get nervous.
In my capacity as his employer, I have been in a position to observe his great qualities, and I am proud of my association with this fine and generous humanitarian.
Who's he talking about now?
It's still me. Why doesn't he get to my present?
Why don't you shut up?
All right.
On an occasion such as this, it is customary to present the guest of honor with a gift.
Here it comes, Milton. Here it comes.
Jack, get down off the table.
Look, Mr. Paley's putting his hand in his pocket. Da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum.
Jack, for heaven's sake, stop it. Mr. Paley is looking at you.
Will Mr. Jack Benny please rise?
Get up. I can't. My knees are shaking. Help me, Milton. Huh?
Here, hold on to my arm. There you are.
Jack Benny, on behalf of the Columbia Broadcasting System, as a token of our friendship and affection, I take great pleasure in presenting you with this beautiful scroll.
Jack!
What's the matter with him, Milton?
He's fainted. Let's go on with the dinner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had our little fun at Jack's expense, but speaking seriously, we at CBS love Jack Benny, and I know that our listeners would want to join with me in thanking him from our hearts for the pleasure and wonderful entertainment he has given us since he started on the air. Also, we hope that he will continue on the air at least until he's 59, another 20 years. Jack has always lived up to the fine, unselfish tradition of show business. And again, he has been among the first to give of his time and talent for worthwhile causes. During the past summer, Jack went to Korea to perform for our troops who were so badly in need of entertainment. There he made friends of both GIs and generals. May we take you now to Korea, where you will hear the voice of the commanding general of the 8th Army, General James Van Fleet.
As commanding general of the 8th Army, I am very happy to have this formal opportunity of expressing my appreciation to Mr. Jack Benny and his entire troop of performers for their fine work among my troops in Korea. A good soldier is a soldier who can relax at the proper time and enjoy himself. Mr. Benny and his associates afforded my command that opportunity for relaxation. Speaking for them, Jack, I know their morale was enhanced considerably by your recent visit. It's my belief that you are an American tradition in the entertainment world. In Korea, for my men, it was like seeing and meeting an old friend, because for these many years you have been coming into our American homes as our welcome guest. Thanks, Jack, for coming over. 8th Army wishes you continued years of success.
Now here's Jack Benny. Ladies and gentlemen, this was really a thrill for me, and I want to thank my friends in and out of show business for making this one of the greatest.
Hello, everybody. This is John Garfield. By way of wishing you all a very Merry Christmas, we of the Actors Company bring you an extra special holiday present. George Kaufman and Morse Hart's Broadway hit, The Man Who Came to Dinner, starring Jack Benny, Charles Boyer, Gene Kelly, Dorothy McGuire, Gregory Peck, and Rosalind Russell, with Henry Fonda as narrator, directed by Mel Ferrer.
Presenting the Hotpoint Holiday Hour. This is Marvin Miller speaking for Hotpoint, one of the world's great leaders in the development and manufacture of quality electrical appliances, who brings you Hollywood's distinguished Actors Company in The Man Who Came to Dinner, with warm-hearted wishes for a Merry Christmas, by more than 10,000 Hotpoint dealers and distributors, and the many thousands of employees who make and sell Hotpoint, America's fastest-growing line of electric appliances, all electric kitchens and home laundry equipment. And now, on with the Hotpoint Holiday Hour and The Man Who Came to Dinner. And now, transcribe your narrator, Henry Fonda.
Have you ever had a guest drop in at your house for dinner and stay for 2 weeks? I mean, aside from your relatives. There might be a better way to upset a household, but they haven't discovered one yet. Anyway, that's what our story is all about. Did you happen to see this week's Time magazine? Well, I got a copy here. Let me read it to you. Quote, caustic, Sheridan Whiteside, critic, lecturer, wit, radio orator, intimate friend of the great and near great, last week found his celebrated wit no weapon with which to combat a fractured hip. The luxury-loving Mr. Whiteside, trekking across the country on one of his annual lecture tours, met his Waterloo in the shape of a small piece of ice on the doorstep of Mr. and Mrs. Ernest Stanley of Masalia, Ohio. Result, canceled lectures and disappointment to thousands of adoring club women in Omaha, Denver, and points west. Further result, the idol of the airways rests until further notice in the home of surprise Mr. and Mrs. Stanley. Possibility Christmas may be postponed this year.
Mrs. Green, is Mr. Whiteside coming out? Yes, Mrs. Stanley. We're getting his wheelchair ready.
Somebody please get that phone.
Oh, dear. Sarah, see who's at the door while I answer the phone. Yes, ma'am. I'm coming. We need some pillows. Just a moment, Miss Green, until I answer the phone. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Whiteside is staying here.
Green, did you get the pillows?
Not yet, Dr. Bradley. I'm sorry, but we're very busy now. You'll have to call me later. Goodbye.
Miss Green, if the pillows aren't K-pots, we'll have to get rubber foam. Mr. Whiteside doesn't like feathers.
It was the expressman again, Mrs. Stanley. 2 more boxes for Mr. Whiteside. A crate from Alaska. There's 2 penguins in it. And an octopus from William Beebe. Oh, and a piano came this morning from Arthur Rubinstein.
What about the pillows? We'll need at least 4 of them for the wheelchair.
Oh, yes, of course. Sarah, run upstairs and get 2 more pillows off Mr. Stanley's bed.
Yes, Dr. Bradley.
Mr. Whiteside wants a dozen bottles of Saratoga spring water, a copy of Bartlett's quotations, and a box of Pine Brothers cough drops.
Hello? Oh, hello, Clara. Yes, the phone's been going all day. Yes, I know. He just never goes to dinner anywhere. And then this had to happen. Poor Mr. Whiteside.
Daisy, will you please give me a moment of your attention?
Just a minute, Ernest, dear. I'm so sorry, Clara.
Daisy, I must get to the office.
I'll speak to you later, Clara. Goodbye.
Daisy, I'm sure it's a great honor, Sheridan Whiteside in our house, but it is a little upsetting. Phone going all the time, doorbell ringing, messengers.
Mrs. Stanley, have the cough drops come yet? Well, they're on their way, Miss Cutler. Oh, Ernest. This is Miss Cutler, Mr. Whiteside's secretary.
How do you do?
How do you do? May I move this chair? You mean he's coming out now?
He is indeed.
Oh, Sarah? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Whiteside's coming out. Oh, Ernest.
Well, here we are, merry and bright. Miss Green, wheel our little patient out. Mr. Whiteside, these are your hosts.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Whiteside. I'm Mrs. Ernest Stanley, remember? And this is Mr. Stanley.
How do you do, Mr. Whiteside? I hope that you're better.
Thank you. I am suing you for $150,000.
You mean because you fell on our steps, Mr. Whiteside?
Jerry Giesler will explain it to you in court. And now, Mr. Stanley, I shall require the exclusive use of this room as well as that drafty sewer which you call the library.
What do you mean, sir?
My diction is excellent. I would suggest you have your ears blown.
Mr. Whiteside, if I may say...
You may not, sir.
I'll call you from the office later, Daisy.
Miss Stanley, here's the menu for lunch.
But I've already ordered lunch.
It will be sent up to you on a tray. I am using the dining room for my guests.
Oh, Well, here, Sarah, prepare this menu for Mr. Whiteside. I'll have my lunch upstairs on a tray. Yes, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Whiteside, I think I can safely leave you in your secretary's capable hands. Shall I look in again this afternoon?
If you do, Dr. Bradley, I shall spit right in your eye.
Oh, what a sense of humor you writers have. By the way, Mr. Whiteside, I've written a book myself. It isn't really worth mentioning.
Then why mention it?
It's very comprehensive. I just happen to have a copy with me. It's called 40 Years an Ohio Doctor. I'll leave it here.
Yes.
It's only 2,000 pages. Will you read it?
I'll be glad to if I can lift it.
Now, keep that hip quiet and don't forget those little pills. Good day.
Maggie, will you take this 40 years in an iron lung or whatever it's called and put it in the fireplace?
Excuse me, but my name is Harriet Stanley. I know you are Sheridan Whiteside. I brought you this sprig of holly. I remember what you wrote about Kent and you, the obscure. It was the nicest present I could bring you. Goodbye.
For heaven's sake, what was that?
That? Oh, that was Mr. Stanley's sister, Harriet. I've talked to her a few times. She's quite strange.
Strange. She looks like something out of an Adams cartoon. You know, I've seen that face before somewhere.
Nonsense you couldn't have.
Oh, well, let's get down to work. What date is this?
December 10th.
Send a wire to William Paley, Columbia Broadcasting System. For a special New Year's Eve broadcast, we'll have as my guests Yasha Heifetz, Helen Hayes, Albert Einstein, the Lunts, and Maxie Rosenblum. Whiteside. Send a wire to Toscanini, counting on you January 4th, Metropolitan Opera House, for my annual benefit, Home for Parole Convicts. As you know, this is a very worthy cause and close to my heart. Tibbet, Pons, Pinza, and Margaret Truman have promised me personally to oppose. Will you have quiet supper with me and the Ritz brothers afterwards? Whiteside.
Excuse me, Mr. Whiteside.
Oh, the nurse. Now, what do you want, Miss Preem?
It's your pills. It's time to take them.
Well, don't come near me. Stay where you are and roll them over. If these people intend to have their friends using the front door...
What do you want them to use, a rope ladder?
I will not have a lot of gawking yokels rushing in and out of this house.
Oh, good morning.
There's nobody home. The Stanleys have been arrested for smuggling opium. Now go away.
Good morning, Mr. Whiteside. I'm Jefferson of the Massalia Journal.
Get rid of him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whiteside is seeing no one.
Well, you know, if I'm going to be brushed off, I'd like it to be by Mr. Whiteside himself. I never did like carbon copies.
Not bad. And the Massalia, too.
Will you please leave, Mr. Washington?
It's Jefferson. How about an interview, Mr. Whiteside?
I never give them. And will you hand me that box of candy on your way out?
Here you are. The trouble is, Mr. Whiteside, that your being in this town comes under the heading of news, and my subscribers want their 2 cents worth.
Delicious candy. Pecan butternut fudge.
Mr. Whiteside, you mustn't eat candy, Mr. Whiteside. It's very bad for you.
Miss Preem, my great-aunt Jennifer ate a whole box of candy every day of her life. She lived to be 102, and after she was dead 3 days, she looked better than you do right now.
Really, Mr. Whiteside.
Well, I can at least report to my readers that chivalry is not yet dead.
We won't discuss it. I suppose you've written that novel.
No, I've written that play.
Well, I hope you don't expect me to read it.
Well, and how about a brief talk on famous murders? You're an authority on murder as a fine art.
My dear boy, when I talk about murder, I get paid for it.
All right. What do you think of Massalia? How long are you going to be here? Where are you going? Things like that.
Very well. A, Massalia is a town of irresistible charm. B, I cannot wait to get out of it. And C, I'm going from here to Crockfield for my annual visit to the Crockfield Home for Parole Convicts. Jefferson, did you ever hear how Crockfield started?
A couple of crooks got together and got cropped.
Sit down, This aging debutante, Mr. Jefferson, I retain in my employ only because she is the sole support of her two-headed brother.
I understand. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Whiteside, for being so unpleasant. Oh, by the way, I'm a cribbage player if you need one while you're here.
Fine. How much can you afford to lose?
I usually win.
Well, we'll change that. Come back at 8:30. We'll play three-handed with Beatrice Fairfax here.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside, there are 3 men here to see you. 2 of them are wearing prison uniforms, and the other one has a rifle. Mr. Whiteside, I don't know who these men are, but I will not stand
Then
here.
go upstairs.
Oh.
Those are probably my luncheon guests. Jefferson, stay for lunch. Sarah, there'll be one more.
Hello, Mr. Whiteside. Well, I brought the boys.
Fine, Sheriff, fine. Maggie, take the sheriff's rifle and put it in the umbrella stand.
Well, I guess it'll be all right, as long as I keep the cuffs on them.
Lunch is ready, Mr. Whiteside.
Good. Let's go right in. Now, let me see if I can remember your name. You're Michelson, aren't you? Butcher shop murder?
Yes, sir.
Thought I recognized you. And you're Henderson, the hatchet thief. Always chop them up in a salad bowl. That right? Isn't it?
That's right.
Gentlemen, I must apologize. We're just having chicken, livers, pepperzini, and cherry jubilee for dessert. I haven't got this kitchen organized yet.
Mr. Whiteside.
The chicken either.
Mr. Whiteside, those cards...
Mr. Stanley, your presence is unwelcome. Here, serve the white wine with the fish, Sarah, and close the door. I don't want a lot of people prying on their betters.
Whiteside. Mr. Whiteside, wake up.
What? Oh, it's you, Miss Stomach Pump. I was dreaming of Ava Gardner, and I wake to find you. Where's Miss Cutler?
She went out with Mr. Jefferson.
That's the 4th time this week.
Be quiet, Dave. Mr. Whiteside, I want to talk to you. I don't care whether you're busy or not. I've stood all that I'm going to stand.
Indeed.
This is the last straw. Look at this bill from the telephone company. $784. Oklahoma City, Calcutta, Hollywood, Rome, New York. Now, I realize, Mr. Whiteside, that you're a distinguished man of letters.
Yes, of course.
We both do.
Please. But in the past week, we've not been able to call our souls our own. We've not had a meal in the dining room once. I have to tiptoe out of the house in the morning.
Now, Ernest.
Convicts sit at my dinner table. Butcher shop murderers. And furthermore, I don't like coming home to find 22 Cherokee Indians using my bathroom.
For your information, Mr. Stanley, those 22 Cherokee Indians came straight from the White House, where I assure you they used the bathroom, too.
Mr. Whiteside, my husband didn't mean...
Yes, I did. I meant every word of it.
There's only one point that you make in which I see some slight justice. I do not expect you to pay for my telephone calls. Can you provide me with the exact amount?
I certainly can, and I certainly will.
Good. I shall instruct my lawyers to deduct it from the $150,000 that I am suing you for.
Come along, Daisy, before I lose control of myself.
And I'll thank you to stay out of here till I send for you, which I doubt.
Good evening, Terry. Really, you've got this room looking like an old parrot cage. Did you nap while I was out? What's the matter, dear? Can't run away with your tongue.
Now, don't look up at me with those big cow eyes, you moonstruck hag. Where have you been all afternoon? Smooching with Bert Jefferson?
Oh, Sherry. Bert read his play to me this afternoon. It's superb. It simply cries out for Catherine Cornell. Here, read it. And if you like it, will you send it to her, Sherry? And will you read it tonight?
No, I will not. And while we're on the subject of Mr. Jefferson, you might ask him if he wouldn't like to pay your salary, since he takes up all of your time.
Oh, Sherry, stop behaving like a spoiled child.
Will you stop acting like Zazu Pitts and explain yourself?
Well, I'll make it quick. Sherry, I'm in love.
Nonsense. This is merely delayed puberty.
No, Sherry. I'm afraid this is it. When you get out of that wheelchair and leave Massalia, I stay. You're going to lose a very excellent secretary.
I remain completely unconvinced. You are drugging yourself into this Joan Crawford fantasy, and I shall do everything in my power to bring you to your senses.
Now, you listen to me, Whiteside. I know you. I know what a devil you can be. I'm going to marry Bert if you'll have me, and don't you dare try any of your tricks. And now, if it meets with your approval, I'm going upstairs and wash my hands.
So Mr. Bert Jefferson turns out to be an Ohio Tennessee Williams. So his play is good enough for Catherine Cornell, eh? I'll fix that. Hello? Long distance, please. I want to make a transatlantic call. Hello, transatlantic operator? This is Massalia 142. I want to talk to Miss Lorraine Sheldon. 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 She's on the Queen Elizabeth. It sailed from Southampton day before yesterday. Will it take long? My name is Whiteside. Thank you.
Come in, Dr. Bradley.
Good evening, Sarah. Well, good evening, Mr. Whiteside.
Come back tomorrow, would you, Doctor? I'm busy.
Now, what what would be the best news I could possibly bring you?
You have hydrophobia.
No. Mr. Whiteside, you are a well man. You can get up and walk now. You can leave here tomorrow.
What do you mean?
Well, sir, I looked at those x-rays again this morning, and do you know what? I'd been looking at the wrong x-ray. I had been looking at old Mrs. Moffat's x-rays. You are perfectly, absolutely well.
Lower your voice, will you?
Huh? What's the matter? Aren't you pleased?
Naturally. This is a very unexpected bit of news, however. Dr. Bradley, I have some good news for you, too. I've been reading your book, 40 Years, what is it?
An Ohio Doctor. Yes?
Well, I consider it extremely close to being one of the great literary contributions of our time.
Mr. Whiteside.
Dr. Bradley, I have a proposition to make to you. What I would like to do is to stay here in the Celia and work with you on this book.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside, I would be so terribly honored.
Thank you. But there's just one difficulty. You see, if my radio sponsors were to learn that I'm well, I would be forced to leave Massalia. Therefore, we must not tell anyone that I'm well enough to get out of this wheelchair.
I see.
Not even my secretary, Miss Cutler. You understand?
Oh, yes. When do we start work? Tonight? I've just got one patient that's dying, and then I'll be perfectly free.
I'll see you tomorrow morning. This is a private call. Would you forgive me? Hello? Yes, I'm on. Tomorrow morning, Doctor.
Yes, tomorrow morning it is. You've made me very proud, Mr. Whiteside. Good night.
Yes, this is Mr. Whiteside. Put him on. Hello, is this my Lorraine? Blossom girl, when did you land in New York? Tuesday? That's fine. Now, listen closely, my pet. I've discovered a play with a wonderful part in it for you. Now, wait, let me tell you. The author is a young newspaper man in this town. Of course, he wants Kathleen Cornell, but if you jump on a train and get right out here... No, he's young and very attractive. Just your dish. Isn't that exciting? Now, look, don't send me any messages. Just get on a train, drop in, and I'll act surprised. Good. Goodbye, my Blossom.
Whiteside, time for your medicine.
Hello, Miss Preen. My, you're looking radiant this evening.
What? Mr. Whiteside, don't you feel well?
Harry, I'm sorry for what I said before. I'm afraid I was a little unjust.
That's all right, Maggie. We all lose our tempers now and then.
I promised to have dinner with Bert and go to a movie, but we'll come back and play cribbage with you instead.
Fine. Take your time, Maggie. Enjoy yourself.
See you soon, Jerry, dear. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, darling. If there's a bigger louse than I am, I want to meet him.
In just a moment, Act 2 of The Man Who Came to Dinner. And now, a brief pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. At Hotpoint, we're as old-fashioned in our ideas about Christmas as we are modern in our ideas about electric appliances. So instead of spending a lot of time describing our brilliant new line of Hotpoint quality appliances for 1950, we feel it's a good deal more appropriate to thank you for the way you've welcomed our appliances into your homes and for the confidence you've placed in the name Hotpoint. It is, after all, your recognition of Hotpoint value which has made us one of the world's largest manufacturers in the appliance field. More people choose Hotpoint ranges, water heaters, and dishwashers than any other make. More than 5 times as many people are buying Hotpoint refrigerators today as in 1939. Also, there are more Hotpoint ranges in use than any other kind. And Hotpoint is the world's largest manufacturer of commercial electric cooking equipment for hospitals, naval craft, restaurants, and hotels. We sincerely believe all Hotpoint products you can buy today are the very finest that experience, research, superb craftsmanship, and engineering can produce. And now the second act of The Man Who Came to Dinner.
Hello? Will you get me Miss Lorraine Sheldon at the Mansion House, please? No, I don't know the number. I'm not Errol Flynn. Hello? Mansion House? This is Mr. Whiteside again. Has Miss Sheldon arrived yet? Hasn't, eh? Thank you. Nobody around. I wonder if I dare get up this wheelchair. Uh-oh, somebody's coming. Back in the saddle again.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside, he has a telegram for you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Excuse me, Mr. Whiteside, I'll answer the door.
Well, it's a wire from Monty Woolley. Oh, well.
Whiteside, would you tell him Miss Sheldon is here?
Lorraine, my blossom girl.
Jerry, my sweet old darling. Look at that poor, sweet, tortured face. Let me kiss it. Oh, you poor darling, your eyes have a kind of gallant compassion. How drawn you are. Oh, Sherry, my sweet, I want to cry.
All right. You've made a very nice entrance. Now relax.
Oh, but Sherry, darling, I've been so worried. And now seeing you in that ghastly chair.
This wheelchair fits my curves beautifully. Now come out from behind that hat and tell me everything. You look a little like Hedda Hopper. How are you, my dear?
Oh, darling, I just dashed through New York. Didn't do a thing about Christmas. And London before that was magnificent, my dear. But I simply never got to bed at all, but not at all. I simply can't stop to tell you.
Well, why not start with the dirt first? That's what I want to hear. What about that fish face, the Marquis de la Roche? Haven't you hooked him yet?
Now, Sherry, please. Pierre is a very dear friend of mine.
Now, how, Blossom Girl, this is Sherry. Don't tell me you wouldn't like to be the Marquise de la Roche with $100,000 a year. By the way, is he still as wrinkled as ever? His neck reminds me of a convertible with the top halfway down.
Really? Pierre may not be young, but he's rather sweet, poor lamb. And he's very fond of me.
The Marquise de la Roche. Won't Kansas City be surprised?
Mr. Whiteside, did you get a chance to...
Not yet, Dr. Bradley. I'm busy.
Who's that?
He fixes the plumbing. Now, come on, Lorraine. I want more news.
But, Jerry, now, what about this play? I've been so excited ever since your phone call.
Well, here's the situation. This young newspaper man, Bert Jefferson, brought me the play with the understanding that I sent it to Kit Cornell. Now, that's fair warning. The rest is up to you.
Jerry, look. Bert has just given me the most heavenly... Oh, hello, Maggie. I knew you must be around somewhere. How are you, darling? Hello, Lorraine.
Isn't Bert with you? Oh, here he is. This is Bert Jefferson. Lorraine, young newspaper man.
Oh?
Miss Lorraine Sheldon.
How do you do, Miss Sheldon?
Jefferson. Why, Mr. Jefferson. You don't look like a newspaper man. You don't look like a newspaper man at all.
Oh, really? I thought it was written all over me.
Oh, no, not at all. I should have said you were, I don't know, a jet pilot or an explorer or something. They have that same kind of dash about them. I'm simply enchanted with your town, Mr. Jefferson. Tell me, have you lived here all your life?
Not yet.
If you wish to hear the story of his life, Lorraine, kindly do so on your own time. Maggie and I have work to do. Now get out of here, Jefferson. On your way, Blossom.
Oh, he's the world's rudest man, isn't he? Can I drop you, Mr. Jefferson? I'm going down to the mansion house, I think it's called.
Oh, thank you, but I've got my car. Suppose I drop you.
Oh, would you? That would be lovely. We'll send the taxi off. I'll see you in a little while, Sherry. Bye, Maggie.
Goodbye, Mag. Am I invited back for dinner?
Yes, you are. At Christmas, I always feed the needy. Now, please stop oozing out. Get out.
Oh, come on now, Mr. Jefferson. I want to hear more about this charming little town of yours. And I want to hear a good deal more about you.
She's looking very well, isn't she?
What's that? Who?
That fox in mink. Quite a surprise, wasn't it? Her dropping in?
See who that is, will you, Maggie?
Oh, all right.
Marcel!
Maggie, you look ravishing. You may kiss me.
Marcel! Come in here, you amorous ham, and gaze upon a soul in agony.
No, please, don't tell me how you are, Sherry. I've only 10 minutes between trains, so the conversation will be entirely about me, and I shall love it. How are you, Sherry?
I'm fine, you love-bitten Latin.
Now, how was the trip?
Wonderful. I've never given of myself so freely. By the way, did I not see that refugee from Reno, La Sheldon, as I came in?
You did indeed. Santa dropped a clinker down the chimney.
Ah, dear Lorraine. She would flirt with a chimpanzee if she thought he had money. Sherry, my evil one, not only have I produced the finest comedy since Molière, but also the best review since my last one. I shall act in it, of course, for 8 weeks in Paris, 6 in New York. Then I leave for a trip to Bali to meet Simon. Now, Maggie, my sweet, why don't you desert this lump of tapioca and come with me?
Oh, Marcel, dear, be careful. You're catching me at a good moment.
Tell me, Monsieur Bouquet, did you have a good time in Hollywood? How long were you there?
3 unbelievable days. I saw everyone, from Colette Colbert to Gorgeous George. They came to me on their knees, as to a shrine. I was charming to them, of course, but I refused $7 million to star in a picture with Gertrude Lawrence and Lassie.
What about banjos? You see that maniac in Hollywood?
Oh, just for a moment. Then the place blew up.
Mr. Whiteside? No, not now, Doctor. Go away.
Are you hiding someone, Shirley?
Yes, Dr. Kinsey. Go ahead, Marcel. More dirt. What happened at Monte Carlo?
Well, I tell you, no one is playing roulette this season. Everyone is betting on Lorraine to marry the Marquis. Oh, Maggie, have you ever met the Marquis de la Roche?
No.
He sounds a little bit like this. oh, my chérie, we are alone at last. And you are so beautiful. Oh, smell the air. So invigorating. Actually, after I get over this attack, would you think me too forward if I kissed your hand?
That's the Marquis right down to his last week.
Oh, you're making it up, Marcel. No one sounds like that.
Oh, but you don't know Pierre.
Maggie, whoever that is, get rid of him.
Hello? Oh, hello, Bert. Oh, well, just a minute. Marcel, would you talk to a newspaper man just for 2 minutes? It would mean so much to him.
Surely the time is so short.
Well, then, would you see him at the station just before the train leaves, just for a minute?
All right, for you, yes.
Bert, go to the station and wait for him. He'll be there in a few minutes. Bye.
Well, I must go, Sherry. Hurry up and get out of that wheelchair. I'll see you in Paris.
Goodbye, Marcel. Give my regards to Simone.
Wait, Marcel. I'll walk to the door with you. Marcel, I'm in great trouble. I've fallen in love for the first time in my life, and Sherry's doing everything he can to break it up.
Oh, the old scoundrel. What's he doing?
Well, he's brought Lorraine here to smash it, and you know Lorraine. I've got to get her out of here. The farther away, the better, and you can do it for me.
But how? I'm leaving.
Well, let me explain a little idea I just got. When you get to the station... Maggie. Where's Sherry? In the library, working on its script.
Oh, of course, the Christmas Eve program. Oh, by the way, what time does Marcel get here? I'm not over anxious to meet him.
He's been and gone.
Oh.
Tell me, Lorraine, have you found a new play yet?
No, I haven't.
Did you know that Mr. Jefferson has written quite a good play? The young man that drove you to the hotel.
Oh, really? No, I didn't. Isn't that interesting?
Yes. Isn't it? Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Yes? Miss Lorraine Sheldon?
Huh?
What? Why, yes, she's here. Here, there's a transatlantic call coming through for you, Lorraine.
Transatlantic for me? Here? What in the world?
It's from Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo? Hello? Hello? Pierre! Why, what a surprise. How'd you know I was here? Darling, your asthma sounds worse. Well, you're wheezing. Oh, yes, I can hear you very clearly. It's as though you were just around the corner. Oh, I see. What? Oh, darling, you don't know how I've prayed for this every... Oh, darling, yes. Yes, 1,000 times, yes. Oh, dear, I'll take a plane right out of here and catch the next boat. What? Pierre, you're wheezing so. Yes, I love you, my darling. Oh, so much. Oh, you've made me the happiest girl in the world. Goodbye, darling, goodbye. Sherry!
What's all the yammering now?
Oh, Jerry Pierre's just called me from Monte Carlo. He's asked me to marry him. Well, I've got to get right out there and catch the next boat.
Lorraine, are you going to toss away the best part of your career to marry that reasonable facsimile of an accordion?
Really, I haven't got time to argue. Now, Maggie, you must help me. Why, I'd be delighted. I have a timetable right here for you. You can make a Friday sailing. Oh, Maggie, darling, you are wonderful.
Lorraine, you're making a big mistake.
Oh, Maggie, what's the number of that hotel I'm at? Nathalia 32. Nathalia 32, please. Oh, look out the window, Sherry. It's starting to snow. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, I never felt more like Christmas in my life. Don't you, Sherry, dear?
Shut your nasty little face.
Give me my room, will you please? Oh, Cosette. Now, listen carefully, Cosette. We're leaving here tonight by plane and sailing Friday for Monte Carlo. Now, I want you to send 3 cables for me. Ready? The first one goes to Lord and Lady Cunard. My darlings, returning Friday. Pierre and I, being married immediately on arrival, wanted you to be the first to know. Love, Lorraine. Now, send the same message to Picasso, General de Gaulle, the Marchioness de Valmy, and my mother in Kansas City. You got that? Now, you'll have to rush, Cosette. I'll be at the hotel in about half an hour, so be ready. Bye. Oh, well, life is just full of surprises, isn't it? Now, who would have thought an hour ago that I'd be on my way to Monte Carlo?
Hello, everybody. Say, do you know it's snowing out? We're going to have a real old-fashioned Christmas.
Why don't you telephone your scoop to Luella Parsons?
First, Miss Sheldon has to catch a plane tonight from Toledo. Can we drive over it, you and I?
Why, certainly. Oh, sorry you have to go, Miss Sheldon. No bad news, I hope?
Oh, on the contrary, very good news. Wonderful news.
Oh, good. I got some pretty good news myself. A 2-minute interview with Marcel Duval at the station. You're right, Mr. Whiteside. He's quite a boy.
Oh, Sherry, I almost forgot. Have you seen this bracelet Bert gave me for Christmas? Isn't it beautiful?
Ducky.
You know, I was lucky to get even 2 minutes with Duval. He was in a telephone booth most of the time. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but from the face he was making, it looked like a scene from one of his plays.
And look at the inscription here.
Just a minute. Jefferson, Mr. Duval was in a telephone booth at the station?
Yeah, he certainly was. I thought he'd never come out. He kept wheezing, making the funniest faces for about 5 minutes.
Bert, will you mix some cocktails? I think I'm going to need a drink.
Fine, I'll be back in a jiffy. I've got a new recipe for martinis that'll really open your eyes.
They're already open. Lorraine, my blossom, hand me the phone.
Here, Sherry.
Operator, has there been a call from Monte Carlo over this telephone within the past half hour? Yes, I'll wait.
Sherry, what is this?
What's that? There have been no calls from Monte Carlo for the past week? Thank you. Now, will you repeat that, please? Lorraine, hold this receiver to your shell-like ear. Hear that, dear?
Yes.
Thank you, operator, and a Merry Christmas.
Sherry, now what is all this? What's going on? What does this mean?
Lorraine, you have just played the greatest love scene of your career with your old friend, Marcel Duval.
Now, Sherry, stop it. I want this thing explained.
Explained? You heard the operator, my pet. All I can tell you is that Marcel was indulging in one of his famous imitations, that's all. You've heard him do Pierre before, haven't you?
Yes, of course, but why should he want to do such a thing? Oh, those tables.
Now, steady, my blossom.
Take it easy. Steady. Do you realize that I'll be the laughing stock of Europe? I always knew that Marcel Duval was a stinker. Well, why would he try to ship me over to Monte Carlo like that on a fool's errand?
Cocktails are ready. Only 10 to a customer.
Oh, I think I begin to... Of course, that's it. Of course, that's it. Mr. Jefferson, that's a very charming bracelet you gave Maggie, isn't it, Maggie, dear? If I were you, I'd hang on to that bracelet, dear. It'll be something to remember him by.
Well, are you still here, Miss Sheldon? I thought you were leaving.
I've changed my plans. Wild horses couldn't drag me out of here now.
Really? Well, good.
And I hear you have written a simply marvelous play, Mr. Jefferson. I want you to read it to me tonight. Will you? We'll go right back to the mansion house now, and you'll read me your play.
Well, I should say so. I'd be delighted. Maggie, did you hear that? Come on, Miss Sheldon. Let's have at it.
Yes, let's have at it.
See you later, Maggie.
Oh, Maggie, this would be a good time for me to go over my radio script. Where is it?
On the table.
Oh, yes, thank you. Let's see this now.
Jerry, I think you're the meanest man I've ever met.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Whiteside speaking. On this eve of eves, when my own heart is overflowing with peace and kindness,
The most contemptible...
I would like to tell you the story of Elias T. Crosby. Some 13 years...
Over the years, the name Hotpoint has become one of the most valued among electric appliances. The reason is best expressed in our slogan. You can look to Hotpoint for the finest first. And that's certainly no idle statement. 45 years ago, for example, we built the very first electric range. Last year, Hotpoint was first again with a great new contribution to cooking ease and convenience. Hotpoint push-button cooking. We pioneered and perfected the electric dishwasher, too, and still lead the field with the only front-opening automatic dishwasher that has Cal-Rod electric drying and a tabletop. Hotpoint was also first to dream of all-electric kitchens and laundry. We've made scores of other important advancements throughout our entire line of Hotpoint quality electric ranges, refrigerators, food freezers, dishwashers, disposalls, water heaters, automatic washing machines, dryers, ironers, and matched kitchen cabinets. In fact, not only ours, but all makes of electric appliances are better today because of Hotpoint's pioneering and leadership. Right now, more than ever before, it pays to look to Hotpoint for the finest first. And now for Act 3 of The Man Who Came to Dinner.
Miss Preen, prune face.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where do you disappear to all the time, my lady Nausea?
Mr. Whiteside, I can only be in one place at a time.
That is very fortunate for this community. Now go away and take this medicine with you. You remind me of last week's laundry.
I'm taking the 1 o'clock train, Sherry. I'm leaving.
Just a moment, Betty Davis. What are you trying to do? Honestly, Maggie, sometimes you can be very annoying.
You know, you're quite wonderful, Sherry, in a way. You're annoyed. Shall I tell you something? I think you're a selfish, petty egomaniac, and I was a fool for ever thinking I could trust you.
Well, as long as I live, I shall never do anyone a good turn again. I won't ask you to apologize, Maggie, but 6 months from now, you will be thanking me.
In 6 months, Sherry, I expect to be so far away from you, you couldn't find me with radar.
Merry Christmas, Maggie. Hi, Mr. Whiteside. Maggie, I've been calling you all evening. Why didn't you pick up the phone?
Well, I didn't feel up to it. How'd you hit it off with Madame Dubarry?
Miss Sheldon, well, she says the play needs just a little fixing. We could do it in 3 weeks. She thinks we ought to go to New York together and work on it.
Oh?
Well, Maggie, won't you say something?
I'm just too happy for words.
Look, Bert, why don't you...
Mr. Whiteside.
Uh-oh, Dr. Jekyll again.
Mr. Whiteside, I thought perhaps if I came very early, we could talk about my book.
Dr. Bradley, I'm starting that diet you put me on. Would you fix me 2 poached eggs on rye crisp and eat it yourself?
Yes, of course.
Come on, Doc. I'll buy you breakfast. See you later, Maggie.
Now, listen to me, Maggie. I'm willing to forgive your silly outburst and talk about this calmly.
I love him. Oh, Sherry. Sherry, why did you do it? Well, I'd better go upstairs and finish packing. Mr. Whiteside.
Huh? Oh, Merry Christmas, Miss Stanley.
I'm afraid I shouldn't be seen talking to you, Mr. Whiteside. My brother is terribly angry, but I just couldn't resist asking. Did you like my Christmas present?
Yes, it was very thoughtful of you, Miss Stanley. I'm fond of these old photographs. Thank you so much.
I was 22 when that was taken. That was my favorite dress. Well, I'd better go back to my room before I'm seen. Goodbye. Goodbye.
What is there about her face? So familiar. Miss Preen! Miss Preen!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Answer the door, will you?
Aha! A female! Come in, Doctor. You're the first woman I've seen in 20 minutes. Oh, I love you. I love you, madly. Here. Kiss me. Kiss me again. Don't be afraid of my passion. I can feel the hot blood pounding through your veins.
Banjo! Whiteside, how are you, Whiteside? Will you please pay for this package? Put that woman down, Banjo. That's my nurse, Miss Bedtray. Banjo, you reformed school fugitive. How'd you get here anyway?
Jerry Wald loaned me his reindeer. Whiteside, we finished shooting the picture yesterday, and I'm on the way to Nova Scotia.
What?
Flew here in 12 hours. Borrowed a plane from Howard Hughes. Whiteside, I brought you a wonderful Christmas present. Here. This girdle was once worn by Dolores Del Rio.
Hey, listen, you idiot. How long can you stay?
Just long enough to take a bath. I'm on the way to Nova Scotia. Where's Maggie?
Nova Scotia? What are you going to Nova Scotia for?
I'm sick of Hollywood. Besides, there's a dame in New York I don't want to see, so I figured I'd go to Nova Scotia and get some smoked salmon. Where's Maggie?
Upstairs in her room.
I'm going up and see her. If I'm not back in half an hour, come up and save me.
Banjo, I'm very annoyed at Maggie. After all these years, she's repaying my affection by behaving like Stella Dallas.
What are you talking about?
How was I supposed to know that she was really in love with him?
In love with who? I just got here, remember?
I'm telling you, you Hollywood nitwit. A young newspaper man here in town.
Maggie finally fell. Well, what do you know? So,
Lorraine Sheldon happened to come out here and visit me.
Tiger Lil, here?
Yep. And this young fellow has written a play. You can guess the rest. He's going to New York with Lorraine to rewrite.
Oh. Say, wait a minute. What do you mean Lorraine Sheldon happened to come out here? Sherry, I smell a rat. A rat in a wheelchair.
Well, all right, but I did it for Maggie. I thought it was the right thing for her.
Oh, sure, you haven't thought of yourself in years.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside, I have some cookies here for you.
Thank you. Not bad.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Whiteside.
Never mind, Sarah. He's crazy.
And hungry. Come, Petrushka. We will dance in the snow until all St. Petersburg is aflame with jealousy. Come to the kitchen with me.
Mr. Whiteside, I am quitting. My address is on the desk inside. You can send me a check.
Do you realize, Miss Preen, that this is completely unprofessional?
I do indeed. I am not only walking out on this case, Mr. Whiteside. I am leaving the nursing profession. From now on, anything that I can do to help exterminate the human race will fill me with the greatest of pleasure.
Well, you can start with yourself first. Good day.
Good day.
Mr. Whiteside.
Now, what do you want, Stanley?
Come in, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Whiteside, this gentleman is the deputy sheriff. If you're not out of this house in 15 minutes, he will forcibly eject you, bag, baggage, wheelchair, penguins, and octopus. I am now going upstairs to smash our radio, so that not even accidentally will I ever hear your voice again.
You can't miss it today. Sure you don't want my autograph, old fellow?
15 minutes, Mr. Whiteside.
Sarah, you are magnificent. Fly with me to Valhalla. I will build you a restaurant and we'll barbecue Duncan Hines. Anything new, Whiteside?
No, Banjo. Maggie's taking the 1 o'clock train out, and I have exactly 15 minutes in which to pull out of my hat the biggest rabbit you've ever seen.
What do you mean, 15 minutes?
My host has sworn out a warrant. I'm being kicked out. Open the door, Sarah. Probably some mustard gas from Kaufman and Hart.
Yes, sir. Oh, good morning. Is Mr. Whiteside up yet? Yes, Miss Sheridan.
Oh.
Merry Christmas, darling. Birthday is magnificent. I've come here to have Christmas breakfast with you. Oh, Banjo. What a surprise. How are you?
I'm fine, Lorraine, fine. How's the husband business?
Very funny, very funny. It's too bad, Banjo, that your pictures aren't as funny as you seem to think you are.
Lorraine, how can you say such things when you know I'm mad for you? Mad, do you hear? M-A-D-E, mad. Let me take you out of all this and back to the stockyards. Think of anything yet, Whiteside?
Yeah, suicide.
What time does the boat sail?
10 minutes.
What boat is this?
The good ship up the creek.
Oh, dear, that's probably Bert. I told him to meet me here.
Whiteside, American Express.
Right this way, please. Oh, why, Sherry, what's that? Why, it's an Egyptian mummy case.
There's one thing I need right now. It's an Egyptian mummy case.
Hey, there's a tag on it. It says, Merry Christmas from the King of Egypt. What'd you send him, Sidney Greenstreet?
8 minutes, Mr. Whiteside, including that mummy case.
Why, what's that all about? Who is that man?
He announces the time every few minutes. pay him a small sum.
Oh, but what on earth for, Sherry?
I lost my watch.
Oh, you know, Sherry, I think this mummy case is rather beautiful. Just think, Cleopatra might be in one just like that. A woman like myself.
But not as cold.
A woman who once lived in love, full of the same passions, fears, jealousy, hates. And what remains?
Lydia Pinkham?
Just this case and nothing more. That's all that remains. Oh, I'd like to open it and stand inside.
Yes, Banjo, yes.
Here, Lorraine, I'll open it for you. Here, try it on for size.
Here I am, another woman living out her life. I want to cry.
Lorraine, have you ever played Cleopatra?
No, Sherry, I haven't. What makes you ask that?
There was something about you stood next to that case. It transcended any mortal expression I've ever seen.
Yeah, it certainly did. Whiteside, what does transcended mean?
Quiet, Banjo.
Oh, now, Sherry, you're just joshing me, aren't you?
My dear, I wouldn't make light of these things. I am deeply moved. There's a strange beauty about you, Lorraine. Pure Van Gogh. I would love to see you in that mummy case.
I feel too silly, Sherry.
Lorraine, at this moment, you've shown me rare beauty. You asked me a little while ago what I wanted for Christmas.
You two front seat?
Quiet. All that I want, Lorraine, is the memory of you in that mummy case.
Oh, my darling, I'm all choked up. All right, I'll do it.
Here, Lorraine, let me. There.
Here, I'm in.
Well, stay there. Touchdown.
I'll kick the extra point.
Will she be all right in there?
Sure, I'll punch a couple of holes in her so she can breathe. I'll let her out as soon as we get on the plane. Wait a minute. How do we get this mummy case out of here?
Now, one thing at a time. That's the next step.
Well, think fast, Captain Hornblower. Think fast.
Banjo, I've got it.
I hope it's not catching.
Mr. Stanley's sister. I finally remembered that face.
If it was me, I'd have forgotten it long ago.
I knew I'd remember.
The time is up, Mr. Whiteside. 15 minutes.
Ah, yes, Mr. Stanley, 15 minutes. Will you do me a slight favor before I go?
I certainly will not.
Oh, I think you will, Mr. Stanley. Or shall I inform my radio audience that your sister, Harriet Stanley, is none other than the famous Harriet Sedley, who murdered her mother and father with an axe 25 years ago.
Mr. Whiteside, how did you find that out?
Now, Mr. Stanley, how would you like to have the good people of Massalia repeating that once popular little jingle? Harriet Sedley took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. And when the job was nicely done, she gave her father 41.
You win, Mr. Whiteside. What do you want me to do?
Oh, Sheriff, will you come in here, please?
Whiteside, you're a great man, and I despise myself for admitting it. You call, sir?
Come right in, Sheriff. Mr. Stanley, would you like to help this gentleman down to the airport with this mummy case? He's sending it to a friend in Nova Scotia.
They can't get good mummies up there.
Right, Mr. Stanley?
Yes.
Sheriff, handle that case carefully. Banjo, you're wonderful. I may write a book about you.
Don't bother. I can't read.
What now?
Don't drop that case, Sheriff. It's loaded. Goodbye, Maggie. And Maggie, don't worry about Lorraine. She just stepped out of the country for a minute.
Sherry! Sherry, was that...
It was indeed. Bert is all yours, and you have my blessing.
Oh, Sherry. Banjo, you're wonderful.
Maggie, get me my hat and coat. I'm leaving.
Come on, Whiteside. I'll drop you at the airport.
Oh, you're leaving, but Sherry, you're here. But where are you going?
Arthur Murray's for a rumba lesson. Don't argue. Do as you're told.
Yes, sir, Mr. Whiteside. I'll get to...
Come on, Whiteside. Hurry up. Before I go to Nova Scotia, I want to stop off at Lindy's for some rye bread.
All right, Banjo. All right.
Mr. Whiteside, you're walking.
Yep, I'm back in shape again, Bert. There's been a slight change of plan. I'm taking your play to Kathleen Cornell. Maggie will explain everything.
Oh, hello, Bert.
Hi, Maggie. Well, I don't have to go to New York. Can you stand it?
Oh, I think so.
Whiteside, drop a cage over these two lovebirds, will you? And come on, we can't keep the salmon waiting.
Mr. Whiteside, are you very busy?
Yes, Dr. Bradley, very. But if you ever come to New York, try and find me. Goodbye, Maggie, my lamb. I love you very much.
Sherry, you're wonderful.
Don't tell him he knows it.
Goodbye, Jefferson. You'll never know the trouble you've caused.
Goodbye. I'll walk you to the door.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Whiteside.
Look out for the milk bottle.
Oh, what was that?
Maggie, get the wheelchair. Call the nurse. Where's the doctor?
Oh, Mr. Whiteside. He slipped on the milk bottle, set right down again. Mr. Jefferson is coming.
Miss Preen! I want Miss Preen back. Mr. Stanley, I am suing you for
Came to dinner star Jack Benny as Fred and Whiteside, Charles Boyer as Marcel Duval, Gene Kelly as Banjo, Dorothy McGuire as Maggie, Gregory Peck as Bert Jefferson, and Rosalind Russell as Lorraine Sheldon. Also heard in the cast were Edith Angold, Eleanor Audley, Bea Benaderet, Lois Corbett, Willard Waterman, and Roland Winters. Music was composed, arranged, and conducted by Lee Harleen. Our play was adapted for radio by Hugh Wedlock Jr. and Howard Snyder, and was produced and directed by Mel Ferrer. This is John Garfield on behalf of the Actors Company. Thanks for listening, and Merry Christmas.
Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day.
Well, it sure is mighty nice riding out here on the range, but I reckon I'd better head for home. Come on, old Paint, let's get it going, boy. Whoa, boy! Whoa! Oh, come on, horsey, whoa! Well, what do you know? Somebody put glue on the saddle.
I always wish that I could be a cowboy, riding and a roping where the wind is free. But now I wish that I was not a cowboy, 'cause look what's gone and happened to me. I can't get off of my horse. All day and night I ride among the cattle. I can't get off of my horse, 'cause some dirty dog put glue on the saddle. Someday they'll bury me out on the prairie, out there among the sagebrush where the skies are blue. But when they dig a place for me to rest in, they'd better make it big enough for two, 'cause I can't get off of my horse. All day and night I ride among the cattle. I can't get off of my horse, 'cause some dirty dog put glue on the saddle. On the saddle, on the saddle, on the saddle. Some no good ornery, low down, sneaking, thieving, cussing, cattle rustling, dirty dog put glue on the saddle.
You know something? I feel like saying a discouraging word.
very special tip on hair appeal, girls, from famous beauty authority Kay Dumet. Lovely hair, shining with natural highlights and shadows, sparkling with silken softness, inviting with clean fragrance. That's the natural hair appeal that men prefer. And now such natural hair appeal can be yours with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up like magic in harder soft water into a mild, gentle lather that sweeps dullness away. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Dumet blended gentle lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this delightful new cream that leaves your hair so easy to manage, so soft and shining with the natural appeal that men love. Ask for the economical dollar jar of Luster Cream Shampoo at your cosmetic counter. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Discover the secret that women and girls of all ages are learning everywhere. There's a world of glamour in each dainty jar of Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, a great many people go through life complaining of their bad breaks, and some of them quite justifiably. But have you ever considered the awful plight of our young hero? Out of over 2 billion inhabitants of this earth, he's the only one who is Dennis Day. Yes, that's trouble enough for any man, a point he's now impressing upon his girlfriend, Mildred Anderson.
Gee, I get so darn discouraged, Mildred.
Oh, now you mustn't, Dennis. You've still got me, and I'd be proud to be your wife no matter what you were earning.
No, Mildred, I can't even afford to buy a wife the necessities of life, much less the little things other women have, like shoes.
Well, it won't always be this way. I know it won't. Doesn't Mr. Willoughby hold out any hope for the future?
Oh, sure. He says I could make more money right now if I'd help him swing the deal, but I don't know Mr. Harding, and anyway,
Wait a minute. What deal? Who's Mr. Harding?
Oh, he's the president of the Seattle-San Antonio-Montreal Railroad.
A railroad president?
Yeah, and Mr. Willoughby wants me to think of a way he can sell him his property on Maple Avenue.
Mr. Willoughby wants you to think of a way?
Yeah, he says he's tried everything a normal mind could conceive.
But why should Mr. Willoughby think Mr. Harding could use his property?
Well, it's got something to do with a new right-of-way.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I didn't even know what a right-of-way was until Mr. Willoughby explained it. I thought it was something that unless you're crazy, you give to another driver if she's a woman.
Well, this must be a new right-of-way for Mr. Harding's railroad. And Mr. Willoughby's promised you a raise if you can help him, huh?
Yeah, he's pretty safe, don't you think?
I do not. Dennis, you're going to sell that property to Mr. Harding for him.
Me?
Well, why not? All you have to do is go to this Mr. Harding and talk to him personally.
Oh, no, Mildred, really,
What's the matter with you, Dennis? You have absolutely no confidence in yourself.
Well, who's got a better right?
Dennis, he isn't an ogre. He's just a man like yourself. All you have to...
Oh, good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, my boy. Morning, Mildred.
Hi, Daddy. Did Mother make her train all right?
Yes. The chief pulled out with the chief at 7:47.
Well, that's good. Daddy, you've got to help me. I'm having trouble with Dennis.
Trouble?
Yes, can you imagine a person being afraid to talk up to another person?
Why, no. Not since 7:47.
Well, you see, Mildred wants me to call on the railroad president and sell him some property of my boss's, Mr. Anderson. But, gee, this Mr. Harding is such a big shot.
Well, what if he is, my boy? All you have to do is act like a big shot, too.
Who, me?
Sure. Now, I'll show you what I mean. Now, I'll pretend I'm you, and you act like this big shot railroad president would, okay?
Okay.
All right, now, here we go. Mr. Harding, I want to see you.
Just who are you, young man?
My name is Dennis Day.
Drop dead.
No, Dennis. He wouldn't say that. He'd certainly be polite.
Okay, please drop dead.
Oh, he wouldn't say anything of the kind. He'd say, come in and talk, young man. I like your spunk.
To me?
Well, certainly.
Boy, are we pretending.
I'm sure Daddy's right, Dennis, if you'll just try to be a little aggressive.
Absolutely. Firmness, that's what you need. Now, say it like I do. Mr. Harding, I want to talk to you.
Mr. Harding, I want to talk to you.
Not my voice, Dennis, my tone. Now say it again, and for heaven's sake, try to be aggressive.
It's no use, Mr. Anderson. I've got too much you in me.
Dennis Day, you've got to go through with this. You've been a tame little kitten long enough. It's about time you began to act a little more like a tiger.
A tiger?
A tiger. If you want to be convinced it's the only way, go down to the store and try it out on Mr. Willoughby.
On Mr. Willoughby?
Say, that's not a bad idea, my boy. Now, all you have to remember is not to let your courage run away from you.
Oh, it won't. The rest of me will be going much too fast for that. Dennis Day, you're a tiger. Dennis Day, you're a tiger. Dennis Day, you're a tiger. Well, here goes. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes, Dennis.
What was that? That was my new personality coming out, Willoughby.
Well, put it back in and start mopping the floor.
Mopping the floor? Why, that makes me laugh. You're playing with dynamite, Willoughby.
Huh?
You heard me. I'm not a tame little kitten anymore. I'm a great big hungry tiger. And from now on, I'm going to act like a tiger.
Dennis, don't you like your job here anymore?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well?
Well, I just wanted you to know that while I'm mopping up, you might hear a little snarling.
That's more like it. What came over you, anyway?
Oh, I was just trying to develop a new personality for your sake, Mr. Willoughby. I'm going to take over the Harding deal for you.
You're going to take it over?
It sounded less fantastic when I said it.
Sound fantastic if anyone said it.
But it isn't. I can be a firm, aggressive salesman when I want to be, Mr. Willoughby. I'll just march up to him and say, Mr. Harding, you need Mr. Willoughby's property because... because... Hey, maybe he doesn't need it.
Now, look, Dennis, I asked you to think of an idea, but that's all. I don't want you messing up this deal, you understand? Stay away from it.
But, Mr.
That's
Willoughby...
final, Dennis. You're a fine floor mopper. And you carry out an excellent pail of garbage. That's where your talents end.
Yes, sir.
Which reminds me, when you're through with the floor and the garbage, I have an errand for you. Do you know where the express office is?
No, sir.
Good. Drive over there in my car and pick up 2 cases of Kalac water for the store.
But, Mr. Willoughby, if I don't know where it is...
It'll take you that much longer to get back. Goodbye, my boy.
And so our young hero sadly busied himself with the floor and the garbage. And when these menial tasks were concluded, he was off in Mr. Willoughby's car to do his errand. And as our hero drove toward the express office, the bitterness within him, that not wanted feeling, grew stronger with each block. The depressing knowledge that he... Hey, wait a minute. Is there something wrong with that front wheel? Well, yes, it's loose. Dennis, watch it. It's coming off. Dennis, look out!
Where am I?
It's all right, Dennis. I'm here with you. You've been in a smash-up.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. I remember now. Gee, I'm in a hospital, huh?
Yes, you were brought here after they picked you up.
Mildred, did they pick up all of me?
Of course, silly. You're all right. The doctor says you can leave in an hour or two. You were just unconscious from shock.
Mildred, what about Mr. Willoughby's car? Is it...
Yes, it's a complete wreck, Dennis. I just phoned him.
He should be regaining consciousness pretty soon, too.
Oh, you should have heard him, Dennis. He said he'll be waiting for you the minute you get out of the hospital.
Oh, Mildred, stand on that chair.
On the chair? What for?
You're going to kick me right in the appendix.
Don't be silly, Dennis. There's got to be a way out of this.
Mildred, this time I'm afraid I'm finished. That car will cost $500 to replace, and if I know Mr. Willoughby, it's either that or jail.
Perhaps I can help you, young man.
Huh? Who said that?
Why, it's the man in the next bed, the one completely wrapped in bandages.
Yes, your conversation just now gave me an idea.
Oh, I see. Would you mind pointing your face in my direction, sir, so I can tell which end of you is talking to me?
Not at all, my boy. Permit me to introduce myself. My name is William Harding.
William Harding? Not the William Harding, the president of the Seattle, San Antonio, and Montreal Railroad.
That's right.
Good golly. The one man in the whole world I wanted most to see. And here I am talking to him, face to bandage.
Mr. Harding, did you really say you might be able to help Dennis out of the trouble he's in?
I'd boy a check for $600 right now. Enough to pay for that car and still have something left over. Providing he agrees to impersonate me for a period of 10 days.
Impersonate you?
I beg pardon, Mr. Harding, but are those bandages covering a big hole in your head?
No. You see, I'm having a little domestic difficulty with my wife. There's another...
Woman, if you'll pardon the expression?
You're a man of the world. Well, my doctor has told me I must have 10 days of rest and quiet, or he won't answer for the consequences. So I can't have these two descending on me here at the hospital. However, if it's reported that I'm not here, but back at my
But,
office...
Mr. Harding, Dennis probably doesn't look anything like you.
My dear, I've been in a bad accident. This boy is about my build, and a good make-up man could do wonders with a gray wig, dark glasses, a little paraffin here and there, and a bandage or two. Nobody expects me to look exactly as I did.
Oh, golly, Dennis, this may be the answer to our prayers. I'll bet you can look like Mr. Harding.
Mildred, this is ridiculous. I don't want to look like someone else.
But it's only for 10 days. And besides, Mr. Harding may have been a very handsome man.
What do I care about a different type of good looks? I'm happy as I am. No, Mildred, I won't do it. I won't.
Just think, who'll be waiting outside of this hospital for you?
You mean?
Yes, Mr. Willoughby.
Okay, send for my face.
Good boy.
Well, this is as far as I can go with you, Dennis. Here's Mr. Harding's offices.
Gosh, I hope this works. Do I really look like him?
Your makeup's perfect. Only remember to stay out of warm places. You know what the man said about your nose melting.
Believe me, I'll never stick it into a hotter corner than this. Well, goodbye, Mildred.
Goodbye, dear, and lots of luck.
Why, Mr. Harding.
Hello.
Oh, I can't tell you how wonderful it is to see you back with us, Mr. Harding.
Thanks. It's nice to be back, Miss, Jones.
Williams.
Oh, yes, sorry. You've been with me such a short time.
9 years.
Oh, of course. Sorry, not quite myself yet. Well, I guess I'd better step into my private office here.
Oh, not that door, Mr. Harding.
Huh? Oh, yes. For a minute, I didn't see the sign.
This is your office right here. Are you sure you're all right, Mr. Harding? You seem so different somehow.
Well, naturally. Terrible accident, you know. Whole locomotive blew up.
Yes, I know. But your voice, it's changed completely.
Oh, didn't they tell you? Smokestack hit me right in the throat. Well, I better get down to business, Miss Williams.
Yes, sir. Now, first, there's the case of Miss Shirley Dolan.
I'm in alone, Miss Williams.
Oh, but Miss Dolan's case is very important. We fired her, and she claims we had no right to. She says she's a member of the Railroad Brotherhood.
The Railroad Brotherhood?
Oh, yes.
Well, really, that girl's mother should have a talk with her.
Mr. Harding, are you sure they didn't let you out of that hospital too soon?
Certainly not. Well, that's all, Miss Williams.
Oh, there's one other thing that's really important, Mr. Harding. It's the track foreman on Section 12. He's worried about the grades there. What would you advise, sir?
Oh, I don't care. Give them all A's and B's.
Mr. Harding, really, you should go home.
Hello? Who? Joyce at Grove City? Have I decided to build a round house there? Well, don't be silly. If I build it, it'll be a square one like everybody else. All right, Miss Williams, you may go now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And please, sir, do take it easy.
Well, Dennis, my boy, so far so good. If you can fool a dame who's known you for 9 years, you could fool anyone. This may be my... Miss Williams, I told you... Oh, you're not Miss Williams.
Billy! Oh, darling! Dearest darling!
I take it we've met before, ma'am?
Don't mock me that way. Aren't you even going to kiss me?
Take it easy, kid. My wife may drop in any minute.
Your wife? But I'm your wife.
Oh. How do?
Oh, Billy, why must you toy with me like this? If you don't care about me, at least think of Bernice.
Bernice?
Our daughter.
Oh, that Bernice.
When she cried into her pillow all last night. And do you know why, Billy?
She couldn't find her handkerchief?
Oh, Billy, what's wrong? You speak so strangely. You look at me so strangely.
I'm doing the best I can, dear. This is no cinch.
Billy, what did that accident do to you? I never heard you talk like this. Pardon me, Mr. Hart. Oh, am I interrupting?
Yeah, it's a pleasure. What's up, Miss Williams?
Well, it's that Mr. Willoughby, sir. He's here again about some property. He's been here every day this week. Shall I have him leave?
Oh, no. Tell him I'll meet him back at his store in 15 minutes. Well, too bad, dear. I'd like to spend more time with you, but it looks like some business has come up.
Oh, I thought maybe... Well, today's the 24th, you know, the day I always buy flowers for my mother.
Yeah, too bad I can't go with you. Why don't you buy her a nice gardenia corsage?
A corsage?
Sure. The old girl will get a big kick out of it.
Oh, you beast. You know perfectly well that Mother passed away in 1922.
Gosh, well, in that case, I guess you wouldn't get a kick out of anything.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Willoughby, I'm William Harding.
Mr. Harding, you did come. Oh, you don't know how happy this makes me, Sir John, sir.
Thanks, Willoughby.
A cigar, perhaps, a little liquid refreshment, or possibly I can offer you a piece of this excellent Page and Shaw candy?
No, thank you. I don't smoke, drink, or enjoy myself. I'm here to discuss your property.
Oh, yes, sir, my property.
Well, I don't know, Willoughby.
Oh, please, Mr. Harding, please, sir, consider. After all, I'm practically an employee of yours.
You're an employee of mine?
Well, everybody knows that you're the biggest stockholder in the Weaverville National Bank, and, of course, the bank owns this building, so you might say I'm your employee.
By Jove, I believe we will say that.
Mr. Harding, what is this look of wild elation on your face?
Willoughby, this place is filthy. Get to work scrubbing that floor.
Huh?
You heard me hot.
Now, see here.
About your property...
Yes, sir, I'll get a scrubbing brush right away.
I want a real job, Willoughby. You'll use a toothbrush.
A toothbrush?
The property, Willoughby.
Whatever you say, sir.
I understand you have a boy working here who usually takes care of the floor and the garbage. I understand also that he's very badly underpaid.
Well, but Mr. Harding...
Willoughby, I'll consider your property on only one condition. This boy must have a good raise. He's entitled to eat well, live properly, buy good clothes, and run a small car.
Yes, sir. How much should I pay him?
$12 a week.
Yes, sir.
And I want that in writing, Willoughby. I won't even talk about the property until I get it.
Yes, sir, if you say so. I'll take care of it right this minute, Mr. Harding.
Boy, this is really living. I should have thought of a new face long ago. Why, I could have had all the...
Billy, chérie, mon petit chouchou, my beautiful, lovely Billy.
Huh?
Oh, Billy, what is the matter with you? It is me, your little Madeleine.
Oh, you mean... Gee, you're French, huh?
But of course I'm French. And what did that accident do to your head? Don't you remember how we used to talk in French for hours?
Oh, sure, man, appetit.
Oh, you darling. Vous n'avez pas besoin d'être si insolente avec moi parce que vous n'êtes même pas venu me voir pendant que j'étais à l'hôpital, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you silly, silly boy. Come here, Billy.
Hey, wait a minute.
What put your arm around me, Billy. Come on, and kiss me, and kiss me.
No, please, this face would never stand up under it.
Billy, I don't understand.
Here's your... pardon me, Mr. Harding. I didn't know you had a visitor.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Willoughby. This is a girl I'm pretty sure I go steady with.
I beg your pardon?
So, she did follow you here. I caught you two together at last, eh?
What right have you to object? Billy is mine.
How dare you? I'm his wife.
Oh, but it is me he loves.
What?
Perhaps I'd better leave.
Oh, no, please, stay and keep me company.
Billy, you come here.
Don't you listen to her, Billy. You're mine.
Yours? Oh, he spent every day for the last 5 years with me. Is that not true, Billy?
If you say so.
Oh, yes. Well, he spent every night of the last 10 years in our home. Isn't that true, Billy?
You bet. Gee, I wonder how I ever got time to run the railroad.
And I'm taking him. He belongs to me.
And I say he belongs to me.
Oh, is that so? Come here, Billy.
You take your hands off him. Come here, Billy.
Girls, please, you're getting awfully grabby.
He's mine, I say. Now let go of him.
I will not. I'll show you.
Hey, wait, don't hit her.
No, you're taking her part, eh? All right, take that.
Ooh. Why, how dare you hit my Billy in the... Why, Billy, your nose came off.
That's a wig he's wearing. This isn't my husband.
Dennis! Why, you...
Mr. Willoughby, believe me, I can...
Forced me to give you a raise, huh? Wanted me to scrub my own floor with a toothbrush. I suppose you also wanted me to carry out the garbage.
Oh, no, sir. I'll go right in and get to work on it.
Yes, do that. Only we're not carrying it out in pails anymore. We have a new system. Here.
Oh, my gosh, a pair of tweezers.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's the fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate. Scene, a party, with everyone in a conga line, except our Colgate leading man. Why? Let's find out.
Come on, Bill, get into line. No use wasting a waist, especially a waist like Judy's.
You can say that again, chum. But Judy's been signaling me to keep my distance. Sure wish I knew why.
Oh, you're out of step with Judy because of just one thing, Bill. And for the straight dope on that, you better see your dentist.
And here's what Bill found out. Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing one of his most recent RCA Victor recordings, Christmas Dreaming.
I'm doing my Christmas dreaming, a little early this year. No sign of snow go around. Here
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin, brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is Vern Smith reminding you that if your community did not observe daylight saving time, the Dennis Day program may be heard starting next week at a different time, so consult your local newspaper. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Now, the Halls of Ivy.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. We suppose most people regard a college president, when they happen to think of him at all, as a man concerned only with scholarly matters, such as a fat endowment or a new football stadium. Now, this is a profound misconception. In most respects, college presidents have the same interests we do. At this moment, for example, Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, the president of Ivy, sits book in hand seeking the answer to a question millions of thoughtful Americans are asking themselves tonight. Who done it? Mrs. Hall is going over the household accounts.
Toddy, the telephone. Toddy, please answer the telephone.
I hear it, Victoria, but I don't see it.
You were the one who wanted the extra long extension cord installed.
I know I did. I thought it would be a convenience. I didn't foresee it as an endless series of rumps through the living room. Do you see it anywhere?
It seems to be coming from that part of the room.
It's coming from every part of the room.
Look under the couch.
This is one of the most infuriating... Yes, what is it, Penny?
The telephone is ringing, sir.
Thank you. We are trying to find it.
I found the cord.
That's good. Now follow it to the end. It's all right, Penny.
Yes, sir.
Well, answer it, Victoria.
Wrong end.
Not again. This happens every time. I can't... Oh, here it is. I've got it.
Well done.
Now, let's see who... It stopped. Yes, it's provoking to think it may have been important.
It's even more provoking to think it may have been a wrong number. Stop worrying over it, Toddy. You said you were going to relax this evening. Go on back to your mystery. Is it a good one?
Yes, very intriguing. And almost as bloody as Hamlet.
Like another cushion?
No, thank you, darling. I'm quite comfortable. I can reach it. Hello? Yes, speaking. Oh, good evening. Oh, fine, thank you. Tonight? Well, yes, if it's really important. When shall I expect you? Very well, then. Yes. Goodbye. The chairman of the board is coming over, Mr. Wellman. I suspect he has bad news for me. He sounded so horribly cheerful.
Mr. Clarence Wellman, the stinker?
The same. Chairman of the Board of Governors and spark plug of the Let's Drive Dr. Hall to an Early Grave campaign.
Oh, dear. Couldn't you put him off? Seems such a shame to let yourself in for such dreadful dullness on your one free night.
Oh, I doubt that I shall find it dull. Wellman and I share a common interest in... I wonder what sort of a nasty brew he's concocted this time.
Well, go on. Do drop the other shoe, Toddy. You were saying that you and Mr. Wellman share a common interest. A common interest in what?
My job. I have it, and he wants me out of it. He's been after that for years, pursuing it with the fixity of purpose and the utter lack of humor of a child reading a comic book.
Well, there's no point in fretting. Have an apple.
Vicky, darling, I love you, but I cannot be soothed with a pippin.
I wasn't trying to soothe you, Toddy. I was merely trying to induce you to eat some fruit. You never eat any at all. It's bad for you. Is there any chance of Mr. Wellman getting you out of your job?
Oh, not for the next 5 years. My contract, as you know, runs through 1955. But he seems to have reasoned that if little drops of water can, in the course of time, produce a phenomenon like the Grand Canyon, I need not complete the thought.
You sure you won't try pippin?
Quite sure, my dear. In my most tranquil moments, I have little taste for apples. I've even less while awaiting the arrival of a colleague who is seeking to dehorse me.
It's very odd, you know. I should detest fruit, too. It figured so prominently in my first professional appearance.
Really, Victoria? I've always thought of your theatrical career as a series of personal triumphs.
Yeah, it was, for the most part. But not in this particular instance. I was only 15, but rather ripe for my age, when a comic named Arthur Pinero offered me a job as his partner in a variety turn.
15? I wish I'd seen the act.
You'll change your mind when I'll tell you we were billed as Pinero and Cromwell, those funny people. We broke in a turn at a small variety house in the East End of London. I like to think the performance flopped because of its subtlety.
What was it like?
Well, I'd feed Artie a line, and he'd retort wittily, and then we'd slosh each other about the head with inflated bladders. The harvest of fruit generally occurred after we'd been on about 3 minutes, and order was not restored until about the 6th chorus of God Save the King.
And you still like apples, huh? Well, 9 o'clock. Wellman will be here any minute.
Oh, Toddy, don't look so concerned. Do you think he's got some particular grudge against you?
No, I don't think so. No, he's just a sort of an intellectual Sunday driver. He has no destination in mind and resents being passed by someone who has. There he is now.
Well, Penny will let him in. You're not really worrying about his visit, are you?
No, but the jawbone of an ass is a legendary weapon. And Mr. Wellman, being equipped with both uppers and lowers... Whoops. Oh, good evening, Mr. Wellman.
Good evening, Dr. Hall. And Mrs. Hall.
Good evening.
Come in.
Thank you. How are you feeling this evening, Doctor?
Fine. Never better. Should have seen the dinner I ate.
Oh, good.
I really tucked it away with both hands tonight, didn't I, Victoria?
You certainly did. And imagine, no sooner had we left the table and settled ourselves in here than he asked for an apple. Here you are, William, have one.
Thank you, Victoria.
Oh, not at all. Would you care for one, Mr. Wellman?
No, thank you. Apples do not agree with me.
Sit down, Mr. Wellman.
Thank you. This won't take very long. I seem to have sat on your book.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I must have...
Raymond Harris's latest. He died laughing. Finished it?
No, I'm in the middle.
I read it last night. Excellent mystery, I thought. Have you guessed yet that the elevator girl Dolores is the murderer?
No, I haven't. I imagine I will very soon, though. Is there anything else you wish to see me about?
Yes. I have here a copy of today's edition of the students' newspaper, the Ivy Bulletin. I want to read the editorial to you, if I may. Just listen to this. The statements issued by our Board of Governors resemble the peace of God in that they are beyond human comprehension. Never has so much pap...
What? Let me see that.
It's quite the most vicious attack I've ever read.
Who's responsible for this?
Young Buckley, I presume. Jared Buckley, the editor.
I shall most certainly demand a full explanation.
The governors were so incensed when they learned...
The board knows of this? They know of this editorial? How?
I had some other business to take up with them and called an informal meeting early this evening. This was taken up in passing. I naturally assumed they were already familiar with it.
Naturally. Everyone knows that prosperous industrialists spend most of their time devouring student publications.
It was an irregular meeting, Doctor. I trust it does not upset you.
Oh, not in the least. Victoria, may I have another apple?
Of course, here.
Thank you.
I assumed the board would be familiar with the editorial because of my own interest in the bulletin. I was its editor while a member of the class of 1907. Imagine my horror when I realized they had heard nothing about this editorial and never would have had I not brought it to their attention.
You must have felt dreadful.
I immediately tried to undo the damage I had so innocently caused. I told them I felt certain there was some explanation for an editorial which discussed me and the other members of the board in terms one would not apply even to a mongrel dog.
And that failed to calm them?
My efforts to pour oil upon the troubled waters merely incensed them the more.
Incredible.
They instructed me to go to the root of the matter and to announce to you that they would press for Buckley's expulsion. His immediate expulsion.
The decision to expel rests entirely with me. Until I know the full story, I refuse even to consider it. The members of the board are entirely justified in their resentment. But so drastic a step is not to be thought of prior to full investigation.
Well, of course, that's a matter resting entirely between you and the members of the board, of which I merely happen to be the chairman. Oh, good heavens. Look at the time. I didn't intend to stay this long. I must have bored you to death with my dull, sharp talk, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, not at all. Your visit is very stimulating. Gave me all sorts of ideas.
Very kind of you to say so. Good night, Doctor. Don't bother to see me to the door.
Good night. I want you to know I'm fully aware of how you've gone out of your way in this matter of the editorial.
Oh, no, don't mention it. I always like to do whatever I can.
Yes, that's what I mean. Good night.
Is it as bad as it sounds, darling?
I'm afraid it'll require more than 6 choruses of God Save the King to save this act, Victoria. I must see young Buckley at once to determine exactly what prompted his outburst. I'll have Grogan locate him. I'll call him now. And... oh, no.
What is it, Toddy?
It's gone. That leaping telephone has slipped its leash and run to cover again. Come on, Dickie. You take that side of the room and I'll take this side. Between us, we should be able to run it down by midnight.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
When you hear a man talk like that, you know he's had a pleasant experience, one that may suggest something equally enjoyable to you. So before we return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, let's hear what happened in a Rufus room when an amateur railroad tycoon entertained a man who could very well be a neighbor of yours.
My story concerns a friend who loves to demonstrate the workings of his model railroad and how he put me on the right track to the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Now, if that sounds confusing, it's only because you weren't with me that evening when I helped my friend manipulate his model trains with a skill that would have put Casey Jones to shame. My wife was along, and as she says, you know how men are. So it was evidently no surprise to her that I became completely engrossed in switching tiny streamliners and backing freight cars all over the basement. But what did surprise her was that my enthusiasm for railroading evaporated so quickly. And I'll have to admit that my interest in model locomotives collapsed like a punctured balloon the minute that tray came round the bend. For the tray held Schlitz beer. Certainly I was curious. But certainly my friend, who is so exacting about details in his hobby, would be equally concerned with the fine points of any beer he served. So while everyone else was helping get the trains back into the roundhouse, I was savoring that first taste of Schlitz. Maybe my wife is right. Maybe I wasn't minding my manners. But I've been minding them ever since. For now, when we have callers, I'm a perfect host. I serve Schlitz. And I've never forgotten that I have my friend to thank for putting me on the right track to the beer that, to coin a phrase, established the reputation of a certain city in Wisconsin. What I mean is, no wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
As we rejoin the halls of Ivy, the rather worried Dr. Hall, with a touch of nostalgia, says,
You know, Victoria, there are times when I wish I were a carefree undergraduate once more.
Oh, stretch out on the couch, Toddy. Put your head in my lap. There.
That's good. You know, in those days I used to wear a yellow slicker covered with funny sayings, such as banana oil. And I wore a blazing red felt hat known as a whoopee crusher. And I drove about in a purple Stutz Bearcat sounding an enormous klaxon horn incessantly.
Whatever for?
Why, I had to. In order not to be conspicuous. We were all alike. What the devil's the matter with Grogan and his campus police? Shouldn't take this long to find Buckley.
Oh, relax, Toddy. I'm sure it's not...
It's all right. Don't move, Vicky. I have my foot on it. Hello. Speaking. Yes, Grogan, have you found him? Good. Thank you very much. Good night. Young Buckley is on his way over.
Now, you won't be too severe with him, will you, Toddy? You can be terribly intimidating, you know.
Inasmuch as Buckley stands 6'4" and came out of the war covered with decorations for bravery beyond the call of duty, I don't think you need be unduly concerned for him, Victoria. If you must have fears, let them center about me. I don't relish this interview at all.
If he published a retraction, would that smooth things over?
I'm afraid not. Mr. Wellman, the entire board, in fact, will be appeased by nothing short of a human sacrifice. My own feeling is that Buckley, as editor, is privileged to express his view right or wrong, subject only to a reply by the board being given equal space and prominence in the bulletin. I have very strong feelings about the freedom of the press.
That's one of the reasons I love you, Toddy. You have strong feelings about everything.
Thank you, Vicky. I also have very strong feelings about the freedom of reading. Our press is free to report and interpret, and is also free to distort and suppress. The public is free to read what it will, and is also free to disbelieve and go behind the printed word. Free is a short word that goes a long way. It's one of the most beautiful words in our language. Ever since the Chinese invented movable type half a century before Gutenberg, freedom has been moving forward. In spite of a few bad publishers and stupid readers, a responsible press and an informed public... excuse me, am I making a speech again?
Yes. The same one you gave to the journalism class last month, so you fixed it up a little. What do you do if Mr. Wellman insists Buckley be expelled?
Oh, I'll fight him. Even though the board may take my contract and... Tell me, is it very difficult to manipulate an inflated bladder? Before long, you and I may well find ourselves breaking in a new act in the East End of London.
Well, it's not so difficult.
Cromwell and Hall, those two funny people. Tell me, lady, how do you know how to make a Venetian blind?
No, how do you make a Venetian blind?
You stick your finger in his eye. Oh, dear, I hope your London audience is mellowed by now.
Yes. Tell me, Dr. Hall, when did you first begin to suspect that you had an aptitude for the theater?
Oh, I think it was when I first saw you in Give Them Tears in London and returned to see it another 25 times. I'd never before noticed any particular urge in that direction. But it wasn't until our first date that I realized what a talent I had for acting. I remember I'd lost my book of traveler's checks that afternoon and found myself that evening standing at the stage door, not a penny in my pockets, waiting for the one woman in the world upon whom I wished to make a favorable impression.
No, Toddy.
The casualness with which I masked my agony convinced me the stage had lost a genius when I embarked upon an academic career.
So sorry to kept you waiting, Mr. Hall.
In view of the reward, Miss Cromwell, my time was well spent. You look very beautiful. Oh, this is for you.
Oh, it's lovely. I've always thought a single rose more charming than great big bouquets of them.
Really? I'm very glad.
I'll wear it in my hair. What made you decide to bring me just one? Did you know I preferred it?
No. It seemed like a good idea somehow. May I say its beauty has faded by comparison?
Oh, no. And the more ways in which we say it, the happier I'll be. It's foggy tonight, isn't it? Is there a taxi out there?
I imagine there must be.
I'm absolutely starved. I never eat before a performance, and I'm always ravenous at the final curtain. Where are we going?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh, well, we might go to the Wedgeley. The food's heavenly. You very hungry?
Well, it's funny, but at the moment I seem to have no appetite whatsoever.
Well, I think I could eat for both of us. This fog is extraordinarily thick. Where's your taxi parked?
I can't see a thing. I'm completely lost.
Oh, well, your driver's probably not waiting for you anyway. Taxis are at a premium on nights like this. Fortunately, the Wedgeley's only round the corner. Do you mind walking?
Not at all. In fact, I'm in favor of it.
You're very quiet.
I was thinking that this is like a daydream come true for me. In London, on a sabbatical, walking in the mystery of night and fog, with you on my arm. It's a heady mixture for a professor.
What would you be doing if you were back home now?
On a Saturday night? Oh, I'd find something stimulating to do, I suppose. Drive through the countryside, or a concert, or a squash game at the club.
Really? On a Saturday night, huh?
Oh, I know that doesn't sound like much when I tell it, but when you're living it,
yes?
Then it's even worse.
Oh.
But I'll remember an evening like this for the rest of my life. The way it's gone these past few minutes, that is. I think I'd best tell you now that I can't take you to the Wedgeley, nor any place else, because I haven't any money.
What?
I misplaced my traveler's checks. The only money I could raise was 2 shillings. Borrowed it from the doorman at the hotel. And I spent that for the rose. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, no. Don't apologize, please. How did you get to the theater from your hotel? You're stopping at the Hanover, aren't you?
Yes. I walked.
All the way? It's the other side of London.
Oh, I started around 7. Shall I take you back to the theater?
No. Professor Hall, may I say that never in my life has anyone walked a dozen miles to see me, and I'm very moved.
Then I'm glad I ran part of the way.
Oh. Do you think you could walk another 2 miles?
Of course. Why?
Well, my flat's only 2 miles away. There's a perfectly delicious steak waiting, and I happen to be the best cook in the world.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Why, not at all, sir.
You've lifted a mountain from my heart.
Do you mean you want to see him or don't you?
I thought you'd be angry.
Why should I be angry?
Tidy, Penny wants to know whether or not to show young Buckley in.
Buckley? Who's Buckley? Oh, Buckley! Yes, of course. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Show him in. Vicky, darling, will you entertain him while I put on a coat? A certain formality is required, and a dressing gown
yes,
is
of course,
hardly...
of course.
I'll be down immediately.
Mrs. Hall?
Yes.
Good evening.
Mr. Buckley?
Yes, Jared Buckley, Corporal, United States Army. Retired.
How do you do? Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
You've never been here before, have you?
No, ma'am. This is my first visit to the powerhouse.
The powerhouse. Is that what the students call it?
Yes, ma'am. Well, this fire feels good. Winter is really here, isn't it? Saw a whole covey of good humor wagons flying south this afternoon.
I hope this call hasn't inconvenienced you.
That's all right. I was out with a girl.
Well, the thought seems to sadden you.
She annoys me. In my relationship with her, I'm something like the hands on that clock over there. I have the feeling I'm making time, but at the end of the day, I'm right back where I started. Oh, well. Have you any idea why Dr. Hall wants to see me?
Well, he'll be down directly to tell you himself, but I don't think I'm violating a confidence to say it has to do with the editorial in today's bulletin.
You mean he read it?
He knows most of it by heart.
A millennium is at hand. Someone has finally read an editorial in an American newspaper.
Well, is that so very unusual?
Unusual? Mrs. Hall, if I were delegated to guard our atomic bomb secrets, I couldn't think of a better way
to print them in bold-faced caps as a newspaper editorial. So someone has read an editorial in the Bull. We must be getting a following.
Oh, yes. A passionate one.
Well, possibly it's deserved. Today's editorial did have a certain style.
If you do say so yourself.
Oh, I'm not being immodest. I didn't write today's editorial.
What's that?
I said I did... Oh, good evening, Dr. Hall.
You say you didn't write today's editorial?
No, sir. It's a reprint.
A reprint? Of what?
Of an editorial that appeared in the Bull years ago, 40, 50 years ago. Written by a fellow named, Wellman. Clarence Wellman.
No.
Yes, sir. Is he any relation to the Wellman on our Board of Governors?
They are one and the same.
I hope you're not angry, sir.
Oh, no. No, quite the contrary. I have never been more pleased.
Oh, I'm glad.
I think you're doing a remarkable job with the Bull. Yes, indeed. Yes, sir, you'll be surprised at the comments I've heard.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well, that's all I wanted to say to you. Thank you for coming so promptly.
Yes, but what... Well, I mean, I don't understand. Why did you... Oh, well, good night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
Good night, and thanks again.
Don't mention it. Good night.
It's good to see you laughing again, Toddy.
Oh, it feels good, too, my darling. Now, will you sit quite still while I make a very pleasant phone call?
If you don't mind my snooping.
I have neither the mind nor the will to stop you. Now, come closer.
Who are you calling?
You'll see. Hello, Mr. Wellman.
Yes?
This is Dr. Hall.
Doctor?
I am pursuing this editorial investigation with all possible speed.
Your promptness is most commendable.
Thank you. You consider the editorial most destructive, don't you, Mr. Wellman?
More than that. Student opinion of this nature can destroy forever the authority of this college.
And you feel, then, that nothing short of expulsion would be proper punishment for the author?
Beyond expelling him, I personally would like to send him to prison. I consider the writer unfit for any association with Ivy.
I see. Shall I say that to the board in the morning, Mr. Wellman?
By all means.
Very well. But before I hang up, I feel that you should know that Jared Buckley did not write it.
Then who did?
You did, Mr. Wellman, in 1907. Good night. Oh, I feel so good. Vicky.
What?
Would you like to play a game I just thought of?
A game? What game, Toddy?
I'm going to blindfold you, hide the telephone, then go down to the drugstore and call you up.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
When we get this month's telephone bill, my dear, don't show it to me. Just pay it. Pay it cheerfully.
Why, won't you want to look it over?
Not this one, no. My last call was worth the entire bill. So just send a check, even though the charges may seem exorbitant. Any conversation I've had with Mr. Wellman, I am happy to consider a long-distance call.
All right.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herbert Butterfield, Roland Morris, and Gloria Gordon. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman. The music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Next, hear We the People over most of these same NBC stations.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kurtz,
Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Earl Ross, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
A cloak of gloom shrouds the nation tonight as men with heavy hearts sit down to the task of making out their income tax. High and low, they search for possible deductions to lessen the burden of payment. In New York, Bill Lenahan, short story writer, says,
Well, I certainly use this typewriter a lot. I'll deduct for a new typewriter.
And in Los Angeles, Tom Bassett, prominent butcher, says,
Well, I certainly use this scale a lot. I'll deduct for a new scale.
And in the little town where Mel Blanc lives, Mel Blanc, fix-it shop proprietor, says,
Well, I certainly use this chair a lot. I'll deduct for a new pair of pants.
After a while, Mel's girlfriend, Betty Colby, came into the fix-it shop and after watching Mel work on his tax form a while, said,
Mel, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Of course, Betty. You just follow the instructions. You get together everything you made the past year, all your salary.
Well, then what?
You put it in an envelope and send it to the government.
That's all?
Well, that's the first quarter. You do that for 3 more quarters, and then you wait.
For what?
For a letter saying you haven't sent enough. Gosh, how am I going to raise enough money to pay my income tax?
Oh, just think, Mel, if we were married, how well off you'd be. You could claim me as a deduction. And if we had 2 or 3 children, you wouldn't have to pay anything at all.
Betty, please. I've only got 4 days. There isn't time for that.
Well, you've been working on your income tax for 2 days. Just how much do you owe the government?
$7. Oh, here comes Professor Potchnick, the piano teacher. Maybe I can borrow it from him.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mel.
Hello, Professor.
What's the matter, Professor? You sound angry.
Oh, I just got through giving your neighbor, little Michael, his piano lesson. He is playing on a beautiful Steinway, but when he plays it, it sounds like a Frankensteinway.
Do you get much money from your pupils, Professor?
Money? Who needs money? I give the grocer's little boy lessons, I take it out in groceries. I give the barber's little girl lessons, I take it out in haircuts. I give lessons to the undertaker's little boy.
Yeah?
Let him owe me the money. Besides, Mel, money isn't everything. The main thing in life is to have friends. Believe me, that's all that counts. Just have friends. Of course, if your friends have money, that's even better.
And I suppose it's no use to ask you to loan me some money for my income tax.
You could practice on me, but it's no use. Believe me, Mel, I would give you the shirt off my back, but I am so broke I'm wearing my shorts high up.
Gosh, I've got to get that money some way.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Hello,
Mr. Colby.
Well, Mel, what are you looking so unhappy about?
Oh, I haven't got the money to pay my income tax, Mr. Colby.
Oh, that's too bad. They may even send you to jail. You might even get 10 years.
Don't take it so hard, Mr. Colby.
Father, there was a notice about delinquent tax returns.
Oh, that's too bad.
It came to you.
What are we laughing about? If I don't pay this tax, I'm in serious trouble.
Well, maybe I can help you, Mel. I brought these 2 modern paintings down to be cleaned. This one's called Man Leaving Hospital. Very valuable. This one here, Lady in the Balcony, is worthless. If you sell it, you can keep half the money.
Sell it and I can keep half the money?
Oh, take it, Mel. That's almost 50%.
Okay, Mr. Colby.
Then it's a deal. Remember, don't sell the valuable one. Well, come on, Betty. I need some help at the supermarket. So long, Mel.
Bye, Betty. Thanks for your help, Mr. Colby. Bye. Gosh, Professor, Mr. Colby sure is nice letting me sell this painting.
I don't know. Lady in the Balcony. Who's going to buy it? Dr. IQ?
Well, I sure could use some money. Uh-oh, here comes Banker Grimes. Say, let's try to sell it to him. Oh, hello, Banker Grimes.
Hello, Mel.
Banker Grimes, you know Professor Potchnick, don't you?
How do you do, Professor?
Mr. Grimes, you came just in time to see me buy this beautiful painting from Mel Blanc.
Well, I'm quite an art connoisseur myself. Let me see it.
What a bargain. An oil painting for $20.
Oh, it's so dusty, it's hard to see it. Are you sure it's oil?
Genuine Kentone.
Yeah, 3 coats.
Well, I'll take it with me, Mel.
Just a second. It looks pretty good to me. You don't mind, Mel, I'd like to make a bid on it. $25.
Sold.
30.
Professor Potchnick.
Leave it to me. I said 30.
Well, I'll say 35.
40.
45.
50.
Let him have it.
Sold for 45. Take it, Banker Grimes.
Well, is it all right with you, Professor Potchnick?
Why, sure, Banker Grimes. For 10 years I've been waiting to give it to you. Now you got it. Here's the painting.
Here's the money, Mel. Thank you. And goodbye.
Oh, that's the first time anybody ever put something over on Banker Grimes.
Well, I'll start to clean this painting. Gosh, sure dirty. Professor.
Huh?
What was the name of the worthless painting we were supposed to sell?
Lady in the balcony. Why?
I got news for us. The lady is still in the balcony.
I guess she's seeing the picture twice. You mean I gave him the valuable painting, Man Leaving for Hospital?
Yes, Man Leaving the Hospital. And when Colby finds out, you know what'll happen to me?
What?
Man Entering Hospital.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new of all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now the sportsman, Victor Miller, and the orchestra take us south of the border to Managua, Nicaragua.
Babaloo, Babaloo, pack your grip, take a trip down that South America way. 'Cause Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town. You buy a hacienda for a few pesos down. You give it to the lady you were trying to win, but her papa doesn't let you come in.
Managua, Nicaragua is a heavenly place.
Yeah.
You ask a senorita for a little embrace. Mm-hmm. She answers you, caramba, strumba, bambarito.
In Managua, Nicaragua, that's no. I have been to many tropic ports. I might include even Brooklyn. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot. So take a trip in on a ship, go sailing away across the Agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole! Managua, Nicaragua, oh, it's really the top.
You buy a big sombrero in the neighborhood shop.
And then the girls will follow you like in a parade. That's because they want to walk in the shade. Managua, Nicaragua, what a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot.
So So take a trip and on the ship go flying away.
Across the aqua to Nicaragua. Managua, Nicaragua.
Now back to Mel Blanc. Mr. Colby left 2 paintings at Mel's fix-it shop to be cleaned and told Mel he could make himself some money by selling the worthless one. However, by shrewd maneuvering, Mel managed to get the whole thing balled up and sold the valuable one to Banker Grimes. Now, while wondering how he's going to get it back, more trouble enters Mel's shop in the person of Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel.
Hello, Hartley. What do you hear? The usual thing, Mel, old boy. Hartley, you're wonderful. Hartley, you're adorable. In fact, Mel, I'm so handsome, I'm holding myself for ransom.
Please, Hartley, cut it out. I'm having so much trouble, it's like a nightmare.
Well, speaking of that, I had the most wonderful dream last night. I dreamt I was on a romantic tropical desert island. Palm trees swaying and soft moonlight breezes caressing the warm sand. Oh, what a dream.
Yes, go on. Who was with you?
Just me. Could you ask for anything more?
Gosh, Hartley, how can one man love himself so much?
Frankly, Mel, the job is getting to be too big for me. So I'm putting on more women.
You must think every woman is crazy about you.
Well, form your own conclusion, Mel. But last year, 50,000 women sent away to McCall's for a life-size patron of me.
Now, listen here, Hartley.
And furthermore, Mr. Colby told me to tell you that if you don't get his valuable painting back by tonight, he'll break every bone in your body. And that rearrangement will certainly be an...
Oh, get out.
So long, Mel. Nice seeing me.
What a character. Trained seal. Sounds like he can't get his motor started. There he goes. Probably got a date with a girl. Nah, he's going to have a better time going out with himself. If I don't get that painting back, why, he'll have even a better time than that. He'll be going to my funeral. Oh, it's my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga. Well, mighty potentate, how's every old thing?
Well, if you mean my wife, she's fine. Got a new thing now. Goes to bed with a mud pack on her face. Tell you, Mel, it's like sleeping next to a swamp. All night long, I jump up yelling, Chloe! But it's no use. Spike Jones has Chloe, and I'm stuck with Schmoly.
She looks funny, huh?
The other night, she poked up her nose through that mud. You know, I could have sworn it was a gopher. Then she leaned over and kissed me. You know something, Mel?
What?
I wish it were a gopher. Last night at 3 a.m., she woke me up, and she said, I hear burglars downstairs. Do something. They may come up here and kidnap me.
Gosh, what did you do?
I never slept so well in all my life. As a matter of fact, I slept so late, my wife had to make her own breakfast. First time our milkman ever got a look at her.
Really?
Yeah. Now we have to buy our own cow.
And mighty potentate, are you still doing the housework? Don't you have any help?
Well, I'll tell you, Mel. My wife did hire a butler last week. All day long she kept shouting, John, do this, John, do that, John, do that. Tell you, couldn't stand it.
Why? I'm John. But I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
You don't like your wife very much, do you, mighty potentate?
Well, last night she forgot to put the telephone receiver back on the hook. So she said, "Oh, John, will you hang me up?" Gad, what a temptation!
You think you've got troubles, mighty potentate? I've got to get back a valuable painting of Mr. Colbys that I sold to Banker Grimes by mistake.
Well, why don't you and Mr. Colby go over to Banker Grimes' house, you pretend you're a Viennese art critic, and tell him the painting's terrible, and that way get it back.
Say, that's a great idea.
Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see The Yearling, or I can go home and see the moose I married. So long, Mel.
Well, I had to listen to all his troubles, but at least he gave me a good idea. Now to get dressed up like an art critic. First, I better send Zuki over to tell Mr. Colby about this. Hey, Zuki! Zuki!
Well, Zuki, it sounds like Mel had a very good idea. What do you think?
Oh, I think it's great. It's great. I think it's great. It's sensational. You can't meet me. What's he gonna do?
Oh, it's all right, Zuki. I know. Oh, and I better get down to Banker Grimes' house and meet Mel. So long, Zuki.
So long, Mr. You'll both get killed tonight.
Well, it's certainly very nice of you, Mr. Colby, to have such a famous art critic go out of his way to come to my house.
Oh, believe me, Banker Grimes, it cost me it's nothing at all. Oh, that must be him now.
Good evening, Mr. Colby.
Good evening. Oh, Mr. Grimes, I want you to meet,
Dr. Otto von Otto.
Otto von Otto? That's a peculiar name. It's the same backwards and forwards.
Yeah, my family comes from a long line of Studebakers. How do you do, Banker Grimes? I am the greatest art critic in all Vienna. If you'll pardon me for blowing Otto's horn.
Come right in, Dr. Otto.
Oh, please, call me by my first name.
Come right in, Otto.
Thank you.
How are things in Vienna?
Oh, how I miss Vienna. The Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower? The Eiffel Tower's in Paris.
The Kremlin.
Kremlin's in Moscow.
There is Eastern Colombia. Oh, how I miss Vienna.
Dr. Otto, don't you think you should look at some of Banker Grimes' valuable paintings?
No, we got plenty of time.
Here's one of a 16th century knight lying on the battlefield with every bone broken in his body.
Let's look at the paintings. Yeah, right now. You know, Banker Grimes, in Vienna, when I am judging a painting, if it's fair, I give it 1 brush stroke. If it's good, I give 2. Better, 3 strokes. Excellent, 4 strokes.
Well, here's the painting I bought today. What do you think of it?
20 lashes. However, I happen to have a calendar, and I need a picture for it. So I give you $1 for it.
What? Well, I don't know. First, I'd like to get the opinion of another art critic. I've invited him over, and he should be here any minute.
How I am missing Vienna again. I think I...
Just a moment. That must be the critic now. Dr. Von Otto, I want you to meet the superintendent of the Centerville Art Museum.
It is a great pleasure to meet with you.
It is a great pleasure to meet with you, Herr Dr. Von Otto.
It is? By the way, what is your name? Überhalter, ist das nicht ein Schnitzelbank? Ist das nicht ein Schnitzelbank? Ja, das ist ein Schnitzelbank. Schnitzelbank, Schnitzelbank. Oh, it's right. Was das habe ich? Danke, ist das nicht.
I would like you to look at this painting that I bought today.
Just a second. Why should he look at it?
I want to compare his judgment with yours. After all, he is a superintendent of an art museum.
I refuse to be compared with a janitor. A janitor? Well, there's something wrong here. Herr Dr. von Otto, I studied at the Art Academy of Pilsenburg. Where was you studying? Maybe in NYU? And why not? As a matter of fact, I studied in UCLA. Oh, that's an American college. The University of California in Los Angeles. No, it isn't. It's Uniklicken Locken Aachen Vienna. Uniklicken Locken Aachen. That's right, there is no such place. I can't even pronounce it. But the thing, all you gotta do is... all you gotta do... Well, so long, Mr. Colby. Vienna is calling.
Oh, you peekaboo. I'm going to break every union bricken in your rock and block.
Gosh, Betty, I sure made a mess of things today.
Oh, Mel, I'm sure Father will be able to talk Banker Grimes into returning the painting, but how are you going to pay your income tax?
Well, I've got 4 days more to get my money, and if I don't, I'll just follow the instructions on this Treasury form.
On the Treasury form?
Yeah, look what it says. Return this income tax blank.
This is Bud Heaston reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Makers of Linnet, the pathway to a soft, smooth skin, present for your entertainment Fred Allen and his associate members of the Linnet Bath Club Review. An announcement of unusual importance to every woman in the radio audience will be made later in this program. Be sure to listen for it. And now, on with the show.
Rise and shine, stand up and take it. Rise and shine, like what you make it. It blooms on should get you as he soon does. Shout mighty holy ho and do just as the moon does. Rise and shine, don't be a mourner. Things are fine around the corner. No hard trying it, there's nothing to it. You can do it like the sun. Rise and shine.
Presenting Fred Allen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Linnet Bath Club Review starts a new series of radio presentations. We have had so many requests to repeat some of our earlier program backgrounds that in the future broadcast, we are going to remain in each business for 2 or 3 weeks. We hope that you will have as much fun listening in as we have in preparing and presenting these little reviews. Tonight, we take you to the court of Judge Allen. The court hasn't opened yet, and while the judge is busy in his chamber, Lou Katzman is using the courtroom to render a musical verdict. Hello?
Judge Allen, just a minute.
Hello? No, court isn't open yet. I'm in my chamber. Yes, I try cases over the phone, Mrs. Lummox. You want a divorce? First you caught your husband kissing the woman upstairs. Then you caught him kissing the woman downstairs. Then he kissed the cook, huh? No, don't divorce him yet. It may be your turn next.
The reporters are here, Your Honor.
Send them in.
Good morning, Judge.
Hello, Joe. Hello, May. What's on your mind?
Oh, the editor wants to know something about your new court.
Yeah, what's the big idea opening your own court?
Well, I'll tell you. The city police courts are old-fashioned. For years, they've had everything their own way. There's been no competition.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, they don't cater to the customer. Every time you get arrested, they drag you down to court, whether it's convenient or not. They've been using the same old sentences for years, and they're still giving people pre-war fines. It's outrageous.
Well, what's your court doing?
In the first place, I'm open day and night.
Well, what about fines?
They've got to come down. In my court, you can pay your fine on the installment plan. If I fine you $10 and you haven't got it, you can make me an offer, and I'll bet you won't get away.
Say, that's great.
Oh, this'll look good in the papers.
Everything else is cut rate, and I'm running a cut rate court. No case too small for me to handle. I want to put crime within the reach of every man, and you'll get justice here just as cheap as you'll get it any place.
Okay, Your Honor.
Well, so long.
Make it strong in the papers, folks.
All right.
If I put this over, I'll start a chain of cut-rate courts around the country. It'll put the police out of business.
Court is ready to open, Your Honor.
Say, how does my new robe look?
Well.
Okay, I'll go right in.
Oh, yes, person having business for the cut-rate court.
Order in the court, please. Order in the court.
Sit down, everybody.
First case?
John Flog versus Caesar Bemis. Assault and battery.
What happened, John?
Well, I was working at my filling station on the night of the 7th, Your Honor, when this man here...
Mr. Bemis?
Yes, he drove up in a roller skate. A roller skate? Hey, I'll brain him.
Now, wait a minute. Wait. Order in the court, please.
If he makes fun of my car again, I'll...
Sit down, Bemis.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Flug, continue.
Well, as I was saying, he drove up the filling station, I waited on him, and he slugged me.
That's all, Flug. He hit you for nothing?
Yes, Your Honor. He didn't charge me a cent.
Now, Bemis, take the stand and tell us your version.
Yes, Your Honor. 6 months ago, I bought a small car.
A baby Boston?
Yes, Your Honor. And my life's been miserable ever since.
People laugh at you when you're in it.
Yes, Your Honor.
And dogs bark in through the windshield?
Yes, I couldn't stand it any longer.
But why did you assault Mr. Flood?
I drove up to his filling station and said, give me some gas and oil.
Yes?
He said a teaspoonful of gas and 4 drops of oil ought to fix you up.
Gosh, that's a pretty old joke.
Yeah, I heard it 1,000,000 times since I bought the car. But I didn't say anything. When I paid him, he said that'll be 45 cents for weaning your scooter.
And then you struck him.
No, he looked at the car and said, if you want me to sneeze in the tires, it'll be 15 cents extra.
And then you punched him.
No, I threw the car at him.
Flood, you're fined $2.32 for assault. Bemis, for throwing the car, I'll fine you $3 for the battery. Next case?
Your Honor, Officer Morphy. He arrested these 2 midgets.
Charges, officer?
Creating a disturbance in their nursery.
I don't try midgets in here. You know that. Take them to a lower court.
This is the lowest court I know.
That's belittling, Murphy. $10 fine.
All right, I got it right here in my pocket.
And 30 days. See if you've got that in your pocket, too. Next?
There's a little girl, Your Honor.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Portland.
Are you surprised to see me here?
Yes, what were you arrested for?
Oh, I'm not arrested. Papa didn't come home tonight.
No?
Not yet. Mama heard the patrol go by the house, so she asked me to stop in and see if it was Papa.
He hasn't come in yet.
Well, it's early. I'll just wait till he gets here.
How do you know he's coming here?
Well, Mama gave him a $10 bill to get changed this noontime, and he wasn't home at 6 o'clock. Every time he has money, he does the same thing.
Does what?
Well, first he takes out enough to pay his fine. Then he goes to his speakeasy and lets nature take its course.
If your mother knew he wouldn't come home, why did she give him the $10?
It's funny. She thought she was giving it to a stranger.
Oh, didn't she know your father?
No. He hadn't been home for so long. She didn't remember his face.
Was he away?
No, he's been working day and night.
Those are long hours.
Yes, he was working for an interior decorator.
And the shop was open day and night?
Yes, they're not real interior decorators. But if you want something to drink in the middle of the night, you just call up.
What did they sell to decorate your interior?
Detrimental wine, mostly.
Detrimental wine. It's sort of a cordial shop.
Yes, they're very polite in there.
Did your father lose his job?
Yes, he brought some of the wine home, and Mama thought it was furniture polish.
What happened?
My cousin didn't know what it was, and he shined his shoes with it.
What happened to him?
When he finished, he was in his stocking feet.
That wine is detrimental, all right.
That's what Mama said.
Mama said what?
She said if you christened a boat with it, the boat would have an extra porthole.
Say, your father must be unlucky.
Yes, he had bad luck in his building and loan, too.
Really?
He went down there to draw out his money, and he stood in line all afternoon.
I could never understand why they called it the building and loan.
Well, when Papa finally got in the building, he was alone.
That's too bad. Did he get his money?
Yes, he started a rumor that the company was solvent.
And all the people put their money back in again?
Yes.
Your father certainly was clever to start a rumor like that.
He wasn't so clever. He saw the people rushing back to invest.
So what?
Well, Papa said there might be something in the rumor after all. So he put his money back in, too.
That finishes me. You can sit down here. When you hear the musical gong, it'll probably be your father.
I hope so.
Next case.
Filbert Lavender.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're charged with picking things up in department stores and forgetting to pay for them.
Oh, I'm so absent-minded, Judge. I pick up the strangest things. My best friend was a blacksmith, but now he hates me.
Why?
Well, you see, in a moment of weakness, I stole his anvil.
A kleptomaniac, eh? Now, you're charged with stealing 6 bottles of perfume. Guilty or not guilty?
Oh, anything that will please you, Judges.
30 days will make me very happy.
Oh, thank you. That tickles me pink.
Next.
Lillian Lowhill. Lillian Lowhill.
Take it easy, Copper. I hear you.
Yours is a very strange case, Miss Lowhill. I'd advise you to get a lawyer.
Listen, I got in here without a lawyer, and I'll get out the same way.
You're charged with leaving things in stores and public places. Now, on January 4th, you left a pound of cheese in a flower shop. On the 20th?
I know. I left 4 herrings in a jewelry store.
Yesterday, you were caught leaving cream ale in the public library. Now, what's the idea?
Well, it's this way, Your Honor. I used to steal things every place I went. I couldn't help it. It was like a disease.
You mean you were a shoplifter?
Yeah. Some big doctor said he'd cure me if I'd take 10 treatments.
What happened?
Well, I took 20 treatments to make sure. I overdid it.
Didn't you stop shoplifting?
Yeah, but now I go around leaving things in places. It's like another disease.
I'll fix you up. Officer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring that kleptomaniac in here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Say, don't put me in a cell with that guy.
I'm not putting you in a cell.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, I am, Judgey. You great big legal beauty, you.
Meet Miss Lowhill.
Oh, charmed, Jimmy.
Take it easy, Mayday.
Now, I'll release you on one condition. Filbert, you follow Miss Lowhill wherever she goes. I order you to pick up the things she leaves around. That'll keep you both out of trouble.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. Lock the doors. My watch is gone.
Oh, Judges.
Here it is, Judge. I've seen him take it.
Fine. You two are working together already. Next.
Randolph, you saggy bottom.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're charged with parking your car overtime.
Your Honor, I didn't.
Order, please. Will you plead guilty? The fine is $8.15 for one offense, or 2 parkings for $15.
I'm not guilty.
All right, take the stand. You'll find out whether you're guilty or not. Now, it says here you not only parked overtime, but your car was next to a fire hydrant.
Your Honor,
Order, please. While the car was parked, a fire broke out, and the fireman couldn't connect the hose. Fireman Spark?
Yes, Your Honor.
What happened?
We drove up with the engine, and the car was in the way. We seen we couldn't do nothing, so we went to another fire.
And the house burned down?
Yeah.
That's all?
I'm not guilty.
Oh, you're not. Did you know that the heat from the burning building blistered the back of Miller's Market? Mrs. Miller.
Yes, Your Honor.
Take the stand. Did you see the defendant's car parked near the fire hydrant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell us what you know about the case.
Well, my husband owns a butcher shop. And when the building next door burned down, it melted the ice in the icebox and soiled all the meat.
How do you know it spoiled the meat?
Because my husband's sick from eating it.
Are you sure he was ptomaine from this particular meat?
Yes. Mrs. Clancy bought some of it, and her husband nearly died.
That's all. Mr. Clancy.
I'm not guilty, Your Honor.
Keep quiet, Saggy Bottom. Now, Clancy, what is your occupation?
I'm a letter carrier.
And you were poisoned by this meat?
I nearly died, Your Honor. I lost my job on account of it. I took sick and couldn't deliver the mail until 2 days later.
And when you couldn't deliver the mail, Miss Baxter was dispossessed. Miss Baxter?
Righto, Your Honor.
Tell us your story.
Well, my rent was overdue, and I sent a check the very day that Mr. Clancy was stricken.
And your check, naturally, wasn't delivered in the mail.
No, Your Honor. My letter stayed in Clancy's bag, and I was dispossessed that night, Your Honor.
I'm not guilty.
I'm not through, Mr. Saggy Bottom. This is a court of justice. Now, when Miss Baxter's check failed to arrive, the landlord, Mr. Feinbaum, found himself in financial difficulty. Mrs. Feinbaum?
Yes, George.
Tell us about your husband's dilemma.
Well, I'll tell you.
Mr. Feinbaum owed the bank on his mortgage, you see. He was going to use Miss Baxter's check to settle the amount.
But he didn't receive the check, so he couldn't pay the bank.
No, the bank took the building away from my husband. Oh, and Mr. Feinbaum went crazy. He jumped out of a window. Now I'm a widow.
I'm not guilty, Your Honor.
No, Randolph, you saggy bottom. You're not guilty on the charge of parking overtime. But if your car hadn't been parked in front of the fire hydrant, Humbert Feinbaum would be alive today. I hereby charge you with the murder of Humbert Feinbaum and sentence you to 40 years. What was that shot?
Your Honor, Saggy Bottoms killed himself.
Killed himself? That'll be 10 years more for contempt of court. Next case.
Ronald C. Blotto.
Mr. Blotto, you're charged with intoxication, refusing to pay your check at a speakeasy, resisting an officer, and inciting a riot. Guilty or not guilty?
See my lawyer.
Is your attorney here in court?
Right there, Your Honor, on the job.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm Roy Retwell, counselor at law, notary niblick, public.
Roy Atwell?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defendant guilty?
Guilty? Guilty? Yes. No. 1,000 islands, no. I demand a habeas corpus, a corpus. My client is as innocent as a newborn babe. This case is as clear as a crystal.
Boy, I'll tell you, Webster.
Order in the court, please.
Oh, no harm done, Your Honor. My client is feeding his goat. Feeling his oats. Mr. Blotto's a prince. A hail fellow and well met.
No, never mind that. Put him on the stand.
No sooner shed than done. I'll have him acquitted in milkshakes of a clam's tail. Mr. Blotter, will you take the stand? Your Allen, he's a slobber. as sober as a fudge. Yes.
Proceed with the case, if you will.
Exactly. Now, Mr. Blotto, we want the truth and butter, not the sleuth. Mr. Truth, we want the truth and nothing but I object.
Wait a minute. What are you objecting for?
Well, I thought I'd take the words out of your mouth. Every time I try a case, somebody objects.
And the boy Darrow and the boy old Clarence.
Order, please. Now, was your client in the speakeasy on the night in question?
Of course he was in the speakeasy. Every man has his place, and my client's place was in the pig and bristle, the whistle.
What's that?
With the pig and pickle, the pig and pickle, the whistle, that's the squeak. Oh, let it go.
Please. Had the defendant been drinking?
Mrs. Blotto, have you been drinking?
I was polluted. Here's the bill, boy. Was I drinking? Look at it.
It's a list of drinks. Two brandy boats, and Tom and Jerry.
When did the trouble start?
The stubble start? The stubble start? There was no bubble startle. Someone put a mum's extra fly bottle in my client's hand, and he tossed it out of to a waiter.
Hello, boy, old technocrat.
Quiet, please. Now, he tossed the bottle.
He tossed the bottle, yes. The bum's extra dry bottle. And the waiter ducked. And the bottle went through the window.
Then the police came in.
Yes, the cops broke down. The cops broke down the doors. But the waddle was empty, and the cops wanted to know why.
Order, please. Now continue, Mr. Atwell.
But my client was as cute as a cucumber. He threw a cop through a window. Through
the same window?
Yes, he saw a hole in the window, and he didn't want to see it go to waste.
No, I object. Have a little drink.
Here, Blotto. Put that flask away.
I object. Pass it around.
Give me the flask, officer.
It's nothing, Your Honor. It's ginger ale or root beer, I'll bet.
If this is intoxicating liquor, Blotto will get luck.
Intoxicating liquor? Taste it, Your Honor. Why, it's probably nothing but some mouth sauce or a gargle that he's been taking for a sore goat. A sore throat.
It smells like liquor.
Taste it, Your Honor. Taste it.
Tastes like liquor, too. You try it, Atwell.
Yes. That's not liquor. It's liquor. I'll say it's lemon phosphate.
Here, let me taste it again. No. It's scotch.
No, give me another taste. No, that's not scotch. It's orange squash.
Well, I'll try once more. No, it's scotch.
Wait,
stop that thing, you. Yeah, I can sing better than myself.
Don't deny, Nudge. I mean, Sudge.
Hey, Bob, now, let's make it a trio.
All right.
All right, boys, let's go.
Let's see.
My heart bleed
I mean,
get out of here. Next case.
The Sisters of the Blue Nose versus Floppo Stock Company.
State your case, Miss Snoop.
Well, I am president of the Sisters of the Blue Nose. The Floppo Stock Company put on an indecent show, and we raided the theater.
Mr. Ham, are you the producer of these shows?
I'm not only the producer, but the guiding star, the leading light.
We're going to put your light out. The actors are a public menace. Show them no mercy, Judge.
The quality of mercy is not strange.
This is no time for poetry, Ham. What show were you presenting?
That famous melodrama, And the Smell of the Yukon.
Oh, yes. That's the play about the Alaskan gold rush.
It's indecent, Judge. It's all about gold diggers.
All is not gold that's in bridge work, madam.
No proverbs, Ham. Are you guilty or not guilty?
You're the judge.
That's right. I forgot. Is your company here?
Yes, Your Honor.
They're terrible, too.
We'll soon find out. Now, let me see the questionable part of this play.
Yes, gladly. You'll see the play is as clean as the driven snow.
Yes, snow that's been driven through Pittsburgh.
Quiet, quiet. On with the show.
I say, Big Chief Running Pants, are you sure you know the way?
We know every foot in Alaska.
Oh, Your Honor, that's a suggestive remark.
He knows every foot. He's an Indian chiropodist. That's not vulgar. Go on, Ham.
The place is full of wolves. Look at those tracks.
Wolf no have track. Tick-car have track.
Look, Chief, in the mountains. Those figures are moving.
Mountain goat.
You mean it's a haunted mountain?
Good haunting ground. Much goat.
Goats? I thought you said ghosts. It's a beautiful sight. Thousands of goats. It's the smell of the Yukon.
Much beautiful. Fui.
Speaking of goats, reminds me of Frisco Kate. She's up here somewhere, Chief Running Pants, and I'll find her if it takes all night.
Oh, Your Honor, Frisco Kate is
Quiet, quiet.
Look, he big dance hall. Much good firewater. Free war.
We'll go in. They may know Frisco Kate.
Hello there, strangers. Come on in and get warm.
Thank you, gal.
Where bar?
In the back room, straight ahead.
What do you have, stranger?
2 Tom and Jerry's.
I'll give you Tom, but I'm all out of Jerry's.
2 Toms, then.
You prospecting for gold?
No, partner. I'm a seeking Frisco Kate. She's worth her weight in gold to any man.
She ain't been here, stranger.
I wonder if any of the boys have met up with her.
Wait a minute. I'll pour the joint. Quiet, everybody. Give me your attention.
Wait a minute, Ham. This show is putrid, but it's not vulgar.
It's obscene.
Miss Snoop, you're wasting the court's time. This acting isn't suggestive.
No, but the dancing is.
What dancing?
Well, when I saw the show, a girl named La Belle Fatima did a dance called the Dying Duck.
The Dying Duck?
Yes. And from the looks of her costume, the duck died of exposure.
Mr. Ham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is La Belle Fatima here?
Yes, but she can't dance, Your Honor. Her costume is missing.
A little thing like that shouldn't stop her.
Quiet. Miss Snoop, not knowing the nature of the dance, I can't act.
Nature of the dance is right. It was all nature.
Well, since I can't see the dying duck, I'll have to dismiss the case.
No, Your Honor. Before I'll see these criminals freed, I'll do the dance for you myself.
You will? How did it start?
Well, she came out wiggling, like this.
I see. And then what happened?
Well, her feet stood still and her body acted like $2 worth of jelly, looking for a place to gel, like this.
I'm getting a good idea of it now.
You're under arrest.
Just a minute, officer. What's this?
It's a raid, Your Honor. We've had complaint about your court. We'll have to pinch this dame who's doing the dance.
Oh, there's some mistake. Oh, save me, Judge.
You'll get 20 years for this, Miss Snoop.
I'll never live to do it.
Do as much of it as you can.
Come on, lady, come on.
lies. The thrill is gone. The nights are cold. For love is old. Love was grand when love was new. Birds were singing, skies were blue. Now it don't appeal to you. The thrill is gone. This is the end. So why pretend and let it ring around? The thrill is
Tonight, why not enjoy the soothing luxury of a Linnet bath? Notice what complete relaxation it affords your entire body. And notice, too, the refreshing difference in your skin. Linnet, spelled L-I-N-I-T, is sold by your grocery store, drug, or department store, and costs only 10 to 15 cents according to the size of the package. Before returning you to Fred Allen, may we again remind you of our attractive perfume container offer. Make a memo now to write for yours tonight. Send the top flap of a Linnet package together with 10 cents to cover handling and postage. You will find the address printed on both the Linnet and Cream Ale packages. And here is Fred Allen.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. We'll all be looking for you next Sunday, so long.
Saying good night, all. This is the Columbia Broadcasting